Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Future of Dairy Expo and Real California Milk Accelerator final pitch event. Please welcome your host for today, VentureFuel founder and CEO, Fred Schonenberg.
Hey everyone, it's so good to see you and welcome to the Future of Dairy Expo. As the voice from above said, I'm Fred, I'm the founder of VentureFuel. I launched the company 10 years ago, and the whole idea is how do we help industry-leading organizations innovate better, faster, find new ways to accelerate their businesses, disrupt themselves. And so we've been doing that across all different categories of products, everyone from Comcast to the world to the CMAB. And there's no program that we do that brings me more joy than the Real California Milk Accelerator. 6 years ago, we started this, and it was a little more than an idea of like, can we do a Shark Tank for dairy, and to see how far we've come and how far we've grown. I remember a couple of years ago, there was one of the marketing campaigns that CMAB did was around happy cows and how California's cows are happier and that makes the milk better. One of the things I think about often is happy people. The California dairy industry, everybody is so kind, so smart, so nice. They take care of the land, they take care of the animals, they take care of each other. And it's this uplifting community to be a part of. So I'm honored to be here, to be a part of this for 6 years now. We have accelerated over 50 startups in that time. You can find these startups on just about every grocery store you've ever heard of, online, at your local stores. It's been just tremendous. And they've all looked at the sort of natural goodness of dairy and thought of a new way to connect with consumers and drive new products. And that's what this whole program is about. This year, we're like, let's actually create more of a day around this. And you all will get to experience the Future of Dairy Expo across the way here, and I'll give you directions on how to get there. We have an exhibitor hall where we have over 25 different companies sampling what's next in dairy. So a good way to actually not just hear about it, but taste it, touch it, feel it, look at it. It's really beautiful. And then this morning, we have a number of panelists, or actually this afternoon, talking on a number of subjects that we think are gonna really set the tone and trends for the future. So thank you all for being here. We're really excited. And that leads me to our first speaker, our keynote for the day. Lauren Twigg. She is a registered dietitian. She's nationally recognized expert in food and nutrition. She's a farmer's daughter from right here in San Joaquin Valley. She's the CEO of Lauren Twigg Nutrition, which I'm sure she will tell you a lot about. I think what's really exciting to me is she has a very unique perspective on food and how we eat. She has the agriculture family background as well as the clinical nutrition side. And she really marries those two and tries to make sense of the noise that is out there in the ecosystem about what we should eat, what does that do to our body, our longevity, all those things. So we're so excited to have her here today. You have to check out her Instagram page as well as her website, but her Instagram, Nutrition at Its Roots. It's filled with recipes and recommendations. My favorite part though, and I haven't told you this part, is there's a Mythbuster section, which is like things you hear about, right? That are like, I don't know if that's right. And she busts some of those myths. So it's really, it's a great place to go to start to think and learn more about your nutrition and health. And so without further ado, please join me in welcoming Lauren Twigg.
The Mythbuster section is the section that gets me yelled at online, but that's okay. Thank you so much for the introduction. It is a pleasure for me to be here back in my home state, California. And I always come to events like this and I'm like, gosh, I come up with ideas on my own and then I get a little frustrated because I feel like they're already there, you know? So it's really exciting to see all of the innovation that's happening in the dairy industry. And it's a pleasure for me to be here to kick off what's gonna be a really great expo for y'all. And I'm covering really the future of health and wellness in dairy and what that's gonna look like moving forward. Lots of in-depth conversations coming later today. So hopefully this is a really nice tee-up conversation for what y'all are gonna touch on later in the day. I already had an introduction, but I do wanna share just a little bit about my story because I think it paints a picture on how I got to where I am and why I'm so passionate about this topic. So I am a registered dietitian. I am a wife and a mother. I am based out of Dallas, Texas. So my undergraduate degree is in animal science from Texas A&M University, and then I have a master's degree in clinical nutrition. And I went and got my master's in clinical nutrition, and about 3 days into the program, I realized I don't really like clinical nutrition. I like nutrition, but I like the education, and I like the health promotion, and I want to be before you're clinical, And so after I finished my master's program, I was like, okay, where can I go to learn some of these educational skills that I'm going to need? And so I spent a summer interning with the National Dairy Council. And it was there, and with their group of registered dietitians, which they have such a large group of RDs there, those RDs really pushed me and encouraged me to start my Instagram page that I had been dreaming of for a while, the Dairy Dietitian. So in 2019, I started the Dairy Dietitian, and my goal was to blend my education in nutrition with my background in farming. So like Fred mentioned, I was born and raised in the Central Valley of California into a family of farmers. My dad is a third-generation dairy farmer, and my brothers are fourth-generation dairy farmers. We now work in dairy farming and other varieties of food production as well. And it's just a topic that I'm really, really passionate about, and so I wanted to find a way to blend my master's in nutrition with my background in farming and food production, and at the end of the day, tell people about the industry that nourishes the world. If you had asked me 12 years ago, what are you going to do with your life? Media dietitian was not my answer, but I do think it's so important, and I think back to my childhood. So I'm one of 7 kids, and we would sit at this dinner table, and we'd have conversations about our day, and my dad would come home from work, and he would share about the woes of the dairy industry. They've got this sickness with the cows, or this summer was too hot for cows. Water, the never-ending topic of water in California. And all of that was shared at our massive dinner table with our Lazy Susan, and then we had our gallon of milk sitting on this Lazy Susan, and all of us enjoyed a glass of milk. And now, 20 years later, I think about those conversations, and I think about it now from a nutrition perspective and a mom's perspective, and I think, gosh, how different those conversations would be now. Like, what would the woes of the dairy industry be today versus 20 years ago when I had those conversations as a kid? The reality is that the dairy industry looks a lot different than it did 20 years ago. The dairy aisle in the grocery store looks a lot different than it did 20 years ago, and it's because of a shifting consumer landscape. This has placed a big opportunity in front of the dairy industry, as well as a lot of challenges to keep up with changes in dietary preferences, increasing interest in plant-based diets, increasing focus on environmental impact, and overall a shift in how consumers define health. And so this gives the dairy industry an opportunity to redefine itself and take that gallon that I grew up with and create products or a story that fits the needs of today's consumers. So let's look at what we do know about milk throughout the years. So this is kind of looking at past and present. Milk is naturally nutritious. We all know this. We have a robust body of literature that shows us this, that it can really add a lot to an American diet. It is a unique food that is a perfect blend of macronutrients. Depending on the fat level that you buy, it's a very unique food that has fat, protein, and carbs all in one serving. It naturally contains hydrating electrolytes, allowing it to be a beverage consumers can reach past traditional rehydrating beverages and reach for a glass of milk instead. It contains high-quality protein for muscle building and repair, B vitamins for energy metabolism, and ultimately has 13 essential nutrients for adults, 14 essential nutrients to support growth and development in children, which really paints it as a product that's perfect for all the life stages that people can reach for no matter what their dietary and nutritional needs are. And at the end of the day, it's also an option, or it has diversity as well. So as the dairy industry has evolved, there has become more and more products and ultimately more and more options for consumers to reach for. So if you didn't grow up drinking a glass of milk like I did, that's okay, because you also have yogurt and you have cottage cheese and you have butter and you've got all these other options that have been made from milk. If you have a dietary restriction to why you can't have milk, that's okay, because now you have lactose-free options or A2 options that are more digestible for people. So we know that milk is naturally nutritious. The other thing is that milk has been clinically studied as well, and it's been shown to promote health and protect against particular diseases. So way back when milk started to be pasteurized, and then we started adding vitamin D to milk as well, that really helped eradicate rickets in children, so a clinical effect. Now we have research that suggests that regular milk consumption can reduce your risk for cardiovascular disease and hypertension, obesity, type 2 diabetes, and may even help lower inflammatory markers in the body. And then coupled with this year, the FDA announced that yogurt makers can now claim that regular consumption of yogurt may lower your risk for type 2 diabetes. These are all clinical effects. And this is really important because it appeals to two totally different consumer bases, right? You've got some that are really interested in natural foods and foods that are naturally nutritious and getting back to nutrition at its roots. But then you also have individuals who personally deal with specific clinical issues or diseases that they want particularly addressed. And so you can tee up milk that way as well. But still consumers want more. And ultimately it's because consumers have changed the way that they define health, and they have changed what they want their food to do for them. So way back when, you just wanted your food to nourish. You wanted to get a little protein, you wanted to get some calcium, you wanted to get some vitamin D, but now consumers are really wanting particular health outcomes. So yes, they still want the nutrition and they still absolutely care about the nutrients, but they want those nutrients to do something tangible. And that's because consumers have changed the way that they define health. Health is no longer just absence of disease. It is now an overall state of being, and not just physical well-being, but emotional and mental as well. And so you really have to focus on addressing all three points of well-being to really promote health in a consumer. And that's what they're wanting their foods to do. And this has really pushed consumers towards functional foods, foods that function more in their lifestyle to promote their health. And it also has led to an explosion of the food as medicine trend or category as well. The functional food markets, this is just one stat that I found, was valued at $281 billion in 2021. And it's projected to exceed $500 billion by 2028. And that just shows you what consumers are wanting out of their food. So how are consumers deciding what health outcomes they want? The other thing that is very important about today's modern world is not only have consumer desires shifted, but also where they get their information has also shifted. So maybe way back when you'd go to your doctor, you'd read a newspaper, you'd read a magazine, but now you have information constantly at your fingertips with both social media and AI. So I'm gonna focus primarily on social media, seeing as that's where I spend majority of my time. The reality is that a lot of consumers, while there are plenty who have individual experiences and that's how they've decided which health outcomes they want their foods to give them, a lot of times they're being told, and they're being told on social media, and they're being told by an influencer, this is the key to health. If you address this topic and if you eat this food, this is how you're gonna ultimately accomplish mental well-being, emotional well-being. So these are just some interesting stats that I found online. So 4.9 billion people use social media worldwide, and on average, Americans spend 2 hours and 7 minutes a day on social media. In fact, 50% of consumers trust influencers for product advice. So it just shows you how much emphasis consumers are putting into social media and what influencers are saying. And I call them influencers. You can have tons of health professionals and everybody, people with an online presence. This No MSG survey was released earlier this year, and this one was really interesting for me. It shows that 1 in 4 social media users would go to a social media influencer over a government organization for nutrition advice. And then finally, the MyFitnessPal survey, 87% of millennials and Gen Z have used social media to research a product or a topic. 57% say that they adopted a nutrition trend because of social media. And of that 57%, 67% say they adopt a new trend every single week. So it just shows you how impactful social media can be in not only sharing about products, but ultimately guiding interest for consumers. And so this is where some of these trends have started to emerge. So as somebody who spends, and all of these images in the back, these are all things that if you go onto Pinterest and you type in any of these health topics, this is what shows up. So there's a lot of information and lots of food recommendations to help consumers accomplish these very specific health outcomes. So ones that I have seen really emerging, and this is just a handful. I know that y'all have a discussion later on about consumer trends, so hopefully this overlaps a lot with what they're touching on as well. But these are some of the emerging trends that I've seen that consumers want their food to do for them specifically. Number one, they want foods that will support gut health. This has been a number one trend for many years, and I think it will continue to be a trend moving forward. Number two, they want immune boosting foods and immune supporting foods. They want foods that will support better sleep. They want foods that will support better aging and a youthful look. They want foods that will enhance their mood. Remember, it's not just physical well-being that consumers are after or wanting to eat their way towards. It's also emotional and mental health and mental well-being as well. And then finally, a fairly new one that I've seen emerge over the last year especially is hormone health. And so we're going to take a quick peek at each of these topics just briefly. Like I said, I do know that you guys have a more in-depth look at these. So like I said, number one, by far and away, that takes over the internet is the topic of gut health and eating your way to gut health. And I think that this one is so popular because not only do consumers define gut health as really the root of wellness, like your gut is the root of your body, everything stems out of your gut health, but also in order to accomplish a lot of the other health outcomes that they want, you need to first address your gut health. And so I think that's why it will continue to be the number one trend moving forward and health interest area for consumers. Ultimately, consumers want to focus on a balance between good and bad bacteria in the gut microbiome. So the way that they want to do that is by eating foods that support the good bacteria and ones that minimize the growth of bad bacteria. And that's because they associate gut health with the root of wellness, mental wellness, physical health, and then it's really enhancing that gut-brain axis that we have a lot of research coming out on as well. Main outcomes that consumers want by addressing their gut health include less bloating. Bloating is a really big topic of interest specifically for gut health. They want better health and fewer sensitivities to diet. They want better digestive regularity or more consistent digestive regularity. And overall, they want to accomplish what they define as total wellness. And the way you're going to do that to them is by addressing your gut. Nutrients of interest in this particular area, of course, are probiotics. That's always been number one. But there's a growing interest in creating kind of a more complete package as well with prebiotics. Specifically, inulin and chicory root are two emerging prebiotic fibers that people are looking at. Fiber itself, and then there's also a growing interest in postbiotics to really get that complete gut health package. Number two, and I put this one second because it links so closely with gut health, they overlap a lot. And this is immune boosting foods, and this has been around for many, many years. I grew up drinking Emergency during cold and flu season, so immune boosting supplements, immune boosting products have always been of interest, but especially during COVID and following COVID, this has been a really large area of interest online. And what's interesting here is, like I said, I grew up drinking Emergency, but I've found that a lot of people are leaning more into foods that contain these nutrients naturally and wanting to limit their need for supplemental immune boosting products as well. This one is kind of an interesting trend because it has a few specific caveats. Number one is consumers want immune boosting foods to be portable because a lot of times consumers get more interested in germs and immunity while they're traveling. And so that's something that's interesting. And then I also have seen this really expand with parents who want to minimize the amount of medication that they give to their parents during cold and flu season. So it's really essential to think about travel-friendly options when viewing immune-boosting options. Main outcomes that consumers want, of course, are stronger immune systems. They want less sickness overall, and they want shorter illness times when they do get sick. Nutrients of interest, like I said, gut health is really the root of all of these other trends, and so gut health supporting nutrients is going to be important, especially probiotics. Protein to build your immune cells, antioxidants, vitamins like vitamin C and vitamin D. You also see an interest in specific minerals like zinc and selenium, and then additives and ingredients like elderberry, turmeric, garlic, and apple cider vinegar have all really gained a lot of interest for their immune boosting effects. Next up is sleep health. This one always makes me laugh because I'm doing it too, but I will scroll online and I will find this post about, this is how you promote healthy sleep, but everybody's posting it at night as we scroll on our phones late at night, which we know is very counterproductive to actual good sleep, but that's okay. People are stressed. People feel like they can't relax. And so sleep health and finding products that help support better sleep is one way that consumers want to start feeling better, right? They want to feel more rested. And so they are looking for foods and drinks that will help them relax, ones that will help them fall asleep faster, ones that will help them sleep longer and sleep deeper at the end of the day. So it's kind of interesting. Sleepy Girl mocktail was a big trend on TikTok. And in January, Sleepy Girl mocktails had 57.8 million views. And it's simply a big glass of tart cherry juice, a sparkling soda, water, and a magnesium powder. And it took the internet by storm, and people still drink it every single night. That is their key to sleep health. So main outcomes, like I said, they want to fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, but at the root of it really is consumers want more energy, and they want to feel more focused during the day, and so they're hoping by sleeping better, they will get that outcome the following day. Nutrients of interest, tryptophan. I can remember going through grad school and learning about that post-turkey Thanksgiving feeling, and it's related to the tryptophan content of turkey, and that's why it makes you so sleepy. Magnesium has definitely taken this industry by storm. Magnesium powders, vitamin D for hormone health, omega-3 fats, melatonin, of course, and then serotonin supporting foods as well are all areas of interest to accomplish better sleep. Healthy aging and youthfulness. So this one is very unique. Youthfulness has been around for a very long time with interest in collagen and products that will help you stay looking younger for longer. But the other reality is that we live in an actual aging population. And so we have a population that doesn't want to look like they're aging, but now they really don't want to feel like they're aging either. 1 in 4 adults will be 65 years old by 2060. 65 years or older by 2060. By 2050, the world's population of individuals over 60 will double. So it creates a really unique marketing group. We have products specifically focused at toddlers, at pregnant women, and so this creates a unique marketing opportunity to really tailor your product specifically to the needs of 65 and up. Main outcomes that they want, cognitive health. They want to feel sharp. They don't want to feel like they're getting older. Joint health, of course, that minimize the cracking and the popping and the soreness. Skin elasticity and health really goes with youthfulness. They don't want to feel like they're aging. They also don't want to look like they're aging. And then muscle maintenance and weight management is also important for healthy aging. So nutrients of interest have always been collagen and antioxidants for youthfulness and skin elasticity. Omega-3 and healthy fats, protein, vitamin B12 for cognitive function, and then calcium and vitamin D for bone health are big areas of interest or nutrients of interest to accomplish healthy aging and youthfulness. Mood boosting foods, this one is really popular with some of the younger populations. Gen Z and millennials are way more focused on mood boosting, mood enhancing foods than boomers are. 74% of Americans believe that their food has an impact on their emotional well-being. So again, I'll reiterate, it's not just physical health that is the future of health and wellness. It is the mood and the emotional well-being as well. That a lot of people almost place more emphasis on than their physical well-being. So main outcomes that some of this younger population are looking for, more energy and less fatigue. This really overlaps a lot with that sleep health as well. They want to have mental clarity, alertness, and focus. They're sick of showing up at work and feeling groggy and tired. So they want better sleep, but they also want foods that make them think clearer. Consumers want ways to eat to manage and reduce stress. So they don't just want to go exercise or go outside. They want to have foods that directly will lower their stress levels. By doing that, they focus specifically on cortisol-reducing foods and dietary habits. Nutrients or meal patterns, I guess, that are of interest here are blood sugar balancing foods. Vitamin D, vitamin B12, CoQ10, and tyrosine have all gained popularity for their effect on mood. And then finally, this is the last one that I will touch on, and then we'll move into where dairy fits with these trends. Hormone balance. This has been one that has gained a lot of traction from what I've seen, specifically over the last year. And this one is very particular to women. So the reality is that a lot of women want to regulate their body's hormones naturally. They want to minimize the amount of medications they need to take. And they're hoping that by managing their hormones with their diet and by their dietary patterns, that they can minimize medications, but then also issues that can be hormone related. So they're looking to eat in a way that supports thyroid health. They're looking to eat in a way that optimizes immune function. They really focus a lot on maintaining blood sugar, and their goal is to manage conditions like PCOS, endometriosis, manage menopause, and more with diet. There is a male interest in testosterone supporting foods, but I do find a lot of this conversation to be leaning more towards females. Nutrients of interest, omega-3 fatty acids, very important. One thing that's really unique to me about hormone balance and that I think is really exciting for the dairy industry is it's pushing a lot of women back towards fat. And so I see it increasing interest in full fat products and fat-containing foods as precursors to hormones. Vitamin D, of course, choline, folate, selenium, some of these thyroid health supporting nutrients. Vitamin B12, magnesium, and then ultimately blood sugar balance by consistently eating protein, fiber, and eating regularly as well. So those are just a couple of the trends that I see as a media dietitian, ones that I navigate all the time, ones that I'm constantly making recommendations for. But what does that mean for milk? If this is where consumers are trending, and if this is where the future of wellness is going, how does milk fit in? And I kind of see opportunities threefold. Number one, it's making milk's nutrition mean more to consumers. So if you go through the nutrients of interest on all of those lists, and this is just a few of the trends, there are tons of others, milk already has naturally a lot of the nutrients of interest, but consumers aren't connecting that nutrient with the health outcome that they've been told they should care about. I grew up with the phrase, milk builds strong bones. Milk has calcium, it builds strong bones. And so some of it is just rephrasing how you talk about the natural nutrition of milk and connecting it and reminding consumers that it will give them this health outcome that social media influencer told them that's what you want for the key to health. So high quality protein. We live in a protein crazed world right now. And so a lot of people will already resonate with that, but there are some who want to see what's that protein going to do for my body. It can maintain youthful skin. It can support your immunity while you're on the go. It can protect your joint health as you get older and help you play with your grandkids. And so making it function within their life, making that nutrient more relatable could be one advantage. Vitamin D is another one. Fat, like I said, hormone health is a big one, and it's pushing a lot of consumers back towards fat and full fat products. But sometimes you still get a little bit of that 70s, 80s fat fear that comes in, 90s fat fear. And so it's reminding them, hey, this is all the great things that fat can do for you. So they might see fat on the label, but it's telling them, remember that fat builds healthy hormones and you need enough fat in your body. And that might appeal to consumers differently than just having fat on the label wall. Electrolytes. And then especially getting into more of these bioactives and more unique functions of milk and milk products, reminding consumers what that can do for their body and the way that it can impact their immune health. To me, that's opportunity number one. Opportunity number two is, of course, focusing in on these emerging trends with the natural nutrients and existing products, but then also products to come. So these are just 6 of the trends that I see expanding. And so gut health, fermented beverages and cultured products have, of course, taken this industry by storm, but there are still other things that we can do to continue to put dairy at the forefront of gut health solution and as the product that consumers will reach for. And I think some of that is getting into the fact that consumers want a more complete gut health picture. They know they want probiotics, but now they also want prebiotics, and they also want fiber, and they want postbiotics. Some are even getting more interested in that. So some of it can be adding those directly to these products. Some of it can be also reminding consumers that you can pair things together and teeing dairy up as the perfect pairing for prebiotic containing foods and reminding consumers that that will help them work towards their gut health. Immune boosting foods, bioactives in dairy products that support immunity, of course, is going to be important here. But I think the key thing is keeping it portable. and making sure that you market to the specific need that consumers are wanting out of immune-boosting foods, and that's that it needs to support immunity, but it's got to do that on the go most of the time. Sleep health, tart cherry juice and magnesium have really taken over the category of sleep health, but there's a lot of opportunities for milk, especially because a lot of people go towards milk at night or milk-based products at night with snacks and desserts or mixing milk into teas. And so creating sleepy teas with milk, fortifying milk or dairy products with sleepy nutrients like the magnesium, sleep promoting desserts. A lot of people gravitate towards dairy for a dessert, and so creating a dessert that also supports your sleep at the same time could be a really great way to pull in those consumers. Healthy aging and youthfulness, there is so much that can be done here. Like I said, there's been such an expansion in toddler options, which is fantastic, but dairy does fit the nutritional needs of people all across the lifespan. And so reminding people of that dairy can help you age and it can help protect your joints and it can truly feed you from toddlerhood all the way up to grandparenthood. And that's a really interesting marketing tactic to take. Mood-boosting foods, reminding consumers that milk does have a perfect balance of macronutrients. So a lot of them are trying to eat for blood sugar balance, and milk can really do that all in one serving. And that's one thing that makes milk very unique compared to other food options. And then finally, hormone health. Like I said, there's a really big opportunity in the fat content, full fat options, fat-soluble vitamins, but reminding consumers that this is the health outcome you can get from these fatty acids. And then finally, moving forward and looking at future opportunities. So we've looked at what dairy was in the past. We've looked at what consumers are interested in. And then some of it is staying ahead of that by not only continuing to innovate and create functional products that work within consumers' lifestyles, but also doing it in a way that consumers are reaching for. So first and foremost, snacking. People really fell away from snacking for a while, but now they're seeing a lot of consumers go back to snacking. And a lot of that is this desire to have consistent blood sugars. So where consumers wanted to keep calorie intake lower with 1, 2, 3 big meals, now consumers are more concerned with keeping their blood glucose the same. And so they're trying to eat more consistently and they're leaning into snacks, but they want their snacks to be functional just like their meals. And so snacks are a fantastic opportunity that consumers are trying to use as a health strategy. Health promoting desserts and cheeses. Cottage cheese was the biggest thing on TikTok. I can't tell you how many cottage cheese desserts and cottage cheese recipes I had to put on my blog because that was truly the only thing people were searching for. But the reality is it's a fantastic product that features a lot of the nutrients of milk, but it doesn't have like the tang of yogurt. So like I said, continuing to diversify. If you don't like it this way, you can have dairy this way. And that really, I think, is what put cottage cheese on the pedestal that it's at now. And then health promoting desserts as well. Really looking at smaller opportunities where people are taking in calories and putting some of those functional benefits in there. Blending with plants and herbs for flavors and health outcomes. This one is a really big opportunity because plants and herbs have really put themselves up there as the answer to food as medicine and functional foods, but it also would naturally appeal to a plant-based interested consumer. You get the best of both worlds. Continuing to focus on fortified product expansions, specifically with omega-3 products. I think that's a really big opportunity, and omega-3s are on every single health trend list. Creating a more complete gut health package by featuring pre- and postbiotics, and continuing to evolve in the ultra-filtered milk as well, and milk products as people continue to be interested in protein. And then finally, more expansion into lactose-free A2 products, and there is an interest in non-homogenized products as well. Some of that is digestibility, some of it is flavor, but it's continuing to create options for consumers so that they can enjoy dairy in a way that feels good for them. And I'll close with this, moving forward with milk. So it's really easy to look at all of these trends, and I'm really excited to walk through the expo and see all these really creative ways that people have used milk and created really amazing milk products out of them. But milk is an interesting industry, and the dairy industry is interesting in that it's not new at all, right? It's been around for years. And I think that's actually a great thing. It's got the tradition, it has the history. A lot of people, like myself, thinking about my family dinner table have memories with milk. And so it's trying to innovate and keep up with consumer demands and shifting consumer interests, but preserving the history that comes with dairy. And a lot of that comes through storytelling. So to me, one of the most important things that milk has always been, it's always tasted good, it's always been refreshing, it's always been affordable. And so even though consumers do want functional products, they're still primarily driven by cost and taste. And so preserving that with these new products that are coming out that feature a lot of these functional benefits, but still stay accessible and tasty. The other thing that I think is really important, health claims need to be substantiated by scientific evidence. As consumers rely more on front of package labeling, as consumers rely more on marketing, having enough scientific evidence to explain why that nutrient is going to give them that health outcome is a really great way to build brand loyalty and build consumer trust. I think that's especially important for really unique ingredients like some of those bioactives, having a little bit of an explanation like what is their mode of action in your body and how do they get from this bioactive to reducing your inflammation, and explaining that to consumers so that they feel convinced and that your product is the one they absolutely need to have. And at the end of the day, as I was putting together this slide deck, to me, it's really not the milk, it's the marketing. It's not that milk doesn't have the nutrients that consumers are looking for. It's not that milk can't have the nutrients that consumers are looking for. It's not that milk can't function within these functional diet interests that consumers have. It's that when you go into Pinterest or TikTok or social media, which again is the primary place that consumers are getting their information from, and you type in functional foods, or if you type in food as medicine, the only thing that shows up is plants, teas, supplements. So it's trying to get dairy first and foremost there so that it is becoming an answer to consumers' health interests. And a lot of that comes from changing where you market. So marketing has shifted entirely, and where you market products is shifted entirely as well. And I think ultimately the reality is you have to harness the power of social media and use educated influencers to share about dairy, to share about your product, and share about the research that really sets dairy and dairy products apart. And then finally, changing how you market about milk. We know that it has protein, we know it has calcium, we know it has vitamin D, and connecting that to the trending health outcomes that consumers want to see can help increase interest in purchasing your product. And I think at the end of the day, you get to lean into the natural nutrition of milk. Consumers are leaning more into food than supplements, and I think that milk can be the perfect food for them to reach for. And that is it. Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome. Thanks, Lauren. That was great. Veronique is the director of the California Dairy Innovation Center at the California Milk Advisory Board. She leads key initiatives focused on advancing innovation, fostering collaboration, and promoting sustainability in the dairy industry. Frank is a UC Riverside grad. He's the founder of Be Bright Coffee, and Frank is the 2024 United States Barista Champion. We can't wait to hear his insights on coffee and consumer connection and the role of lactose-free milk there. Bob Carroll. Bob is our moderator today. He's the VP of Business Development at the California Milk Advisory Board, and he plays a pivotal role in expanding California Dairy's reach, both domestically and internationally, with a focus on innovative marketing and partnerships like this great program. And Megan O'Leary is the VP of Innovation and Partnerships at Venture Fuel. Megan's also a two-time Olympian. She's over 17 years building partnerships with global brands and organizations such as ESPN, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, and the LA 28 Games. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Bob Carroll.
Thank you very much, Fred, and thank you to our panelists for joining today. You know, this is a topic that we are very excited about in the dairy industry, and really just to kind of start things off, I'd like to ask, why are we talking about lactose-free dairy, lactose-free milk today? And Veronique, we'll start with you.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. It's really an honor. I mean, I'm the only one without medals here, but I'll try to earn one today. But anyway. No, it's really important because we've just heard, right, the trends in population and the changes Of course, we're all born with the ability to digest lactose, right? It's in the milk, it's mother's milk. But as we age, and we can lose that ability and become lactose intolerant or love less lactose. And right now, actually, boomers, about 20% of boomers are lactose intolerant. But we see what's really amazing is that we see the changes in at least the perception of intolerance. People who avoid lactose grows with each generation. So Gen X was a little bit more. Now we see Gen Z, about over 40% are avoiding lactose, right? And particularly of interest to us in California, that a large portion of our population is of Hispanic descent, and we see lactose intolerance rates even higher in that population, about 1 out of 3 individuals. So, for us in California, right, promoting innovation, we say we have to worry about making sure we have products that meet the needs of that population.
Excellent.
If that makes sense.
Thank you, yeah. And Megan, we've been running what we're calling an innovation sprint, really alongside this accelerator this year, focused on lactose-free. And can you tell the audience a little bit about that project and what's really come about from that?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. It's a really exciting project because I think it's a nice complement to what CMAB is doing with the accelerator and bringing really innovative concepts into the market that feature dairy. And in this case, we've conducted a innovative co-development project that's taking lactose-free dairy into the market. The chosen vessel is coffee. That's why I'm so excited you're here. And identifying a way to feature lactose-free dairy as an ingredient in a coffee beverage that gives it, some market interest, but really market excitement. I mean, Veronique, you said, what we've learned from it too is that it's not that lactose-free dairy is necessarily, there's a demand for it. We've, in the early research, we identified that there certainly is a demand for it. Coffee shops, a general statement, don't necessarily have it on hand because they perceive a lack of demand. So we're identifying a way to bring in some excitement, market around this concept of a lactose-free dairy beverage that has a coffee angle, and really drive awareness to not only the benefits, obviously, of lactose-free dairy milk, but the taste, the nutrition, all of the things that you expect out of a dairy beverage. But again, meeting the market where it is and really creating a marketing idea that features it and makes people really excited to try it. So,
excellent, thank you. And Frank, it's really amazing that you were able to be here today. At the very beginning of this project, I said, we need to find a celebrity barista, and we found one. So you won the U.S. Barista Championship, and I know that lactose-free milk was involved in your creation. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so when you compete at the U.S. Barista Championships, you present 3 drinks, and one of the kind of the second drink that we present is a milk-based beverage, or a cappuccino, so to say. And so as I was preparing for this year, I wanted to pick a milk that will complement my espresso the best, and also really do it on purely taste alone, because that's what ultimately, for this competition, that's what we're graded on. And so, after doing a few blind tests, it came down to lactose-free milk. And I think that's really exciting in the sense that it wasn't chosen for any other reason but for the taste alone. And so the fact that it really paired well with our espresso was really great. And one of the things that we did with it is that we freeze distilled it, which is a process of taking milk, freezing it, and then distilling it down to 50% of its original weight. And when you do that, you get all the fats, the sugars, the proteins, and all the good stuff. And then to further, I guess, enhance it, we evaporated the milk by simmering it for 20 minutes. And that was the winning combination for that milk to pair with our espresso, and helped me win the U.S. Barista Championship.
Well, that's fantastic. It sounds delicious, and I hope I can try that someday. I really want to talk a little bit about the benefits of lactose-free milk. And when we think about the benefits of really any food, taste always comes first, in my opinion. Food has to taste good, beverages have to taste good, and nutrition. And so if we zero in on taste first, Veronique, can you talk a little bit about the benefits related to taste?
Sure, thank you. And I mean, you said it, but we had to prove it, right? And we come from a science perspective. So we work with Chapman University. We conducted some consumer tests, large panels, where consumers were given 4 different types of coffee to drink, blinded, right? I mean, they didn't know what they were tasting. So coffee with regular milk, coffee with lactose-free milk, and coffee with oat and almonds. I mean, we're not milks, because they are the most commonly offered, and asked to choose, right, to judge, give their preference on those products. And for both the 2% milk and whole milk, lactose-free milk came way above. I mean, really, it's hard to get statistical significance with 100 consumers, but it was way above all the others. And that was not just the overall flavor, but also the aroma, the aftertaste, appearance, and texture on all the factors. So we're like, wow, you know. And so they did that work. They also did some work looking at would consumers be willing to try, right, the lactose-free milk if it were available. As you mentioned, it's not on the menu, so people don't think of ordering it. And right now, we just got the result last night. They did additional work on latte. So where you have even more milk, to see if at some point would that sweetness of the lactose-free milk become an issue. Just looked at the data this morning. No, same thing. Lactose-free milk is a winner. So consumers like it better. So yeah, I think those coffee chains we will offer that product will have a competitive advantage, right? Because their product is better. But as you said, it's taste, taste, and taste, right? There's other advantages, but we don't have time for that.
No, we can, we can loop back on nutrition. We'll talk some more.
Yeah,
we'll talk some
nutrition, exactly. And also the clean label, right? Milk is milk, whereas some of the other products have a lot of additives. But I'll shut up.
No, that's great. But Frank, you know, your winning coffee beverage actually sort of proved out that, or Veronique's research proved out what you had found in your contest. And can you talk a little bit about really why your product won, what the taste benefits were of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that you know, lactose-free milk is on its own naturally sweet because of the process of removing, you know, breaking down lactose into glucose and lactose into glucose and galactose. That process, when you break that chain, it creates kind of this enhanced sweetness in the milk. And I think, you know, maybe on its own, it's a little, has this kind of this artificial sweetness to it. But I think when it's paired with coffee, I think some of the coffee flavor kind of pairs well with that. And so it kind of gives it this natural sweetness that I think regular milk or, you know, other non-dairy milks can offer, in the sense that it's still natural. It's still just present in the product itself. It's not added sugar or anything like that. Yeah.
So I hear, as a marketer, that lactose-free milk is the perfect pairing with coffee. That's kind of what it sounds
That's what I'm hearing too.
So that's fantastic. And Megan, what did the research that was part of the Sprint process tell us?
Yeah, and all the things we're hearing anecdotally. So in terms of the research and how we conducted the work is that we leveraged 2 companies, TasteWise and AI Palette, to do really a massive market scan, focusing on the US market and California, and understanding what are the trends. So seeing in the last 2 years, you know, over 131% CAGR growth in lactose-free milk, and then looking at the intersection with coffee, over 152% CAGR growth over the last 2 years. So the demand is there. And as we think about what drives demand, it's flavor, it's taste. And some of the more anecdotal pieces were, you know, the scan looks at everything from, you know, social media, what's being posted, what are the discussions, what's on menus, what's on Google searches. So the search for lactose-free milk increasing in terms of a better understanding of how does this complement other things, coffee being a big driving force in that. Things like, I love adding lactose-free milk to my instant coffee because it's sweeter and it brings a flavor element different than the alternatives. So it's been fun to identify, obviously, that it's meaningful and that there's demand, but the data really supports it and how people are talking about it in the market as well.
Excellent. And Veronique, I do want to loop back to talk about some of the nutrition benefits and other benefits of lactose-free milk. That'd be fantastic to hear about.
No, for sure. I mean, we know that that lactose-free milk, or any milk, right, has a high-quality protein. We talked about, of course, the electrolytes as well, right? The minerals there. But again, I think the simpleness of milk, the fact that it doesn't have all these additional additives in it is very important to consumers. Not so much in coffee shop because you don't see the label, but when they make that product at home, right? And we know what they see in coffee shop, sometimes they try to duplicate at home as well. So there's definitely an interest in just clean label, simple products with good quality protein.
Excellent. Yeah, milk. And we heard in the beginning of this expo all the wonderful benefits of milk and the fact that consumers are really realizing it, and lactose-free makes it accessible to a group of people who otherwise might not be able to have milk. You know, from a retail perspective, it's really interesting to look at the trends, and we see that lactose-free milk is growing at 9.1% in California in the latest 52 weeks in retail. And plant-based beverages, the alternatives, almond, oat, et cetera, are declining at about 7.4%. So a huge gap. We're super excited. Go dairy. Like, we're super excited that dairy is coming back, and that honestly California's leading the way in this category in fluid milk, where plant-bases were making so many gains. But yet we don't quite see that trend translating into coffee shops. And so there's certainly, I hope and we believe, an opportunity, but there's some barriers. And I wanted to talk about some of the barriers. And Frank, really starting with you. You're the expert here, and would love to hear what you think the barriers are to lactose-free milk making its way into coffee shops.
Yeah, I think there are a few barriers that I can think of. I think one is part of it is education, right? Consumers, but also business owners and cafe owners not understanding what lactose-free milk is exactly. I think they have an understanding of a concept of, you know, it's a dairy without any lactose, but how is that process, you know, made into a lactose-free option? So I think there needs to be a little bit more education on understanding that, you know, it's a very natural process of removing lactose, and that way I think business owners can really get behind it and understand it. And, you know, at the end of the day, as business owners, we want to know what we're selling. We want to know, you know, how things are made, so that we can champion them when there's, you know, when we're serving them behind bar. I think another thing is just product availability. Part of it is supply chain issues. We, as well, you know, especially in LA, we as coffee shop owners, we rely on our suppliers to provide our milks, our alternative milks, and so they'll have a catalog specific to, you know, the different suppliers we work with, and, you know, more times than not, there's not a lactose-free option. And so if we're relying on a supplier to supply us our milks and our dairies and our non-dairy milks, and they don't have lactose-free option, we're not going to necessarily go out of our way and go to a market and, you know, do a market run just for lactose-free milk. So I think, you know, making sure that there is supply throughout the supply chain, and that there is a steady flow of that, so that we as business owners or coffee shop owners can order it and use it at our coffee shops. And I think the last thing is part of it is, I think, packaging design. I think there is, you know, I think part of the reason why non-dairy, especially oat milk in general, really gained a lot of market share is their packaging design is, you know, a little bit more unique, a little more colorful. And I think there is kind of some of that kind of draw for coffee shop owners to see packaging that, you know, if it's out on the bar, they can, you know, still be proud of it and be happy to use it. And so I think some of that could be more played into lactose-free milk. And even, you know, one of the things that we talk about is shelf stability as well. You know, one of the benefits of non-dairy milk is that it's shelf stable. And so on the supply chain side of things, they don't need to be cold chaining it. They can be, you know, bringing or shipping milk without it being in stored refrigerators. And also shelf life is a little bit longer. And so those are things that we kind of factor into when we buy non-dairy. And I think when we think about dairy, we don't really think about it being a shelf-stable product. And so I think when you're trying to compare and trying to think about it competing alongside non-dairy, those are some of the things that you would have to consider.
Excellent. Thank you. Some great considerations across the board. And Veronique, from kind of the broader dairy perspective or from other aspects, what do you see as barriers to lactose-free milk making
Yeah,
its way in coffee
all
shops?
the above, indeed, and we really appreciate your insight. We've heard mentioned one way or another, and I know you, Bob, in business development are working to remove those barriers. But I think I also see an opportunity, right? Until very recently, and probably to some extent, a lot of the large coffee shop charge a hefty premium for the plant-based, right? Because they are a little bit more expensive for sure. And as I say, it's the economy, right? It's all about the economy. I mean, consumers are balking against these 70 cents, 90 cents premium, right? And now we've heard that some chains are removing that premium. But that's so one of the reasons they were saying, well, we're not going to use lactose-free because it's more expensive than regular milk, which is true because it's a premium in processing it. But all of a sudden, now we see ourselves, you see, in a way, more competitive because we're a less expensive option for high quality lactose-free option for coffee shops. So I hope this will work in our favor, if I would say, because that's what we've seen, at least in Europe, right, where the chain after chain has not, I mean, due to consumer pressure, has had to remove that premium. And all of a sudden, we're next in line in terms of being a healthy option that meets consumer needs, but is affordable. And consumers care about affordability. Everyone cares about margins, but affordability.
That's great. So it sounds like we may have an opportunity now to be enhancing margins versus the competition, the plant-based competition, especially if that trend kind of follows of dropping that surcharge. And we have a preference on taste, and we have some supply chain issues to resolve and some marketing and education to do, which is really, I think, it's a good challenge, but there's an opportunity here. And, you know, as we think about affecting change, the dairy industry in particular, like, what are your ideas on how we could do that? Like, if this was going to make its way into, get the logistics problem solved and make it available, how would you introduce it, Frank? What do you recommend?
I think that's a good question. I think promoting lactose-free milk, I think it's still so associated with dairy milk that I think if there could be some sort of shift in the way that consumers and the way that coffee shop owners can perceive it as a way of competing against their non-dairy options, I think that could be a viable way to get people to get behind it more. Because I think because we're comparing it to dairy alone, it doesn't seem like an option that we want to kind of burden ourselves to carry. And so I think if we think of it as another like a non-dairy option where it's like, you know, it's a, you know, I think, you know, right now with you know, big chains kind of removing that cost of alternative milks, I think even with that, it's still a lactose-free milk is sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here on this. I think because it's a slightly more expensive option than regular dairy milk, we can still charge. Maybe there could be a little bit of an upcharge on the coffee shop side to compete against, you know, the cost of the actual production of that milk.
And that's a really good point. I think as a coffee shop owner, you're clearly thinking, where is this going to source volume from, right? Is it going to source volume from a higher margin yet dairy milk, or source more volume from the alts, which is going to help my total mix of margin? And that's something that we could probably do as an industry too, to really help coffee shop owners like yourself understand, where is this going to source volume from? How does this grow your total demand and bottom line as well? So that's some great feedback. Thank you. And Megan, how about from your perspective? How would we introduce this into the coffee shop world?
I think we heard some really interesting things from the keynote and Lauren, and a lot of it was about positioning, you know, and in terms of, and I love some of the things you said too, is that, you know, lactose-free, it's the same nutritional benefits. It actually tastes better. It behaves quite similar. And so being able to tell that story in a really compelling way for the consumer to feel safe, the clean label aspect, because that's the health and wellness. We heard that is a huge drive in terms of consumer demand and consumer consumption of, I want something that's going to be good for me and taste good. I want something that's going to be elegant and make me feel like I'm having an indulgent experience. And so that's a lot of the kind of the approach we took is, how do we achieve those things for the consumer that is, they are taking the time to walk into a coffee shop, pay for a beverage, many of which they might be able to make at home, but want to have an experience. And how do you enhance that experience and really capture that lactose-free story? And that's why I love some of the things you said about being able to differentiate it, but in the positive way of this is a special enhancer to your experience. So.
Excellent, thank you. And Veronique?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's all about innovation, right? And creating new usage occasion. We don't want to cannibalize anybody's business, so, but certainly add value to the experience and work with coffee shop owners so they can attract more folks to their stores with innovative offerings. So I think that's what you're going to show us, right? That's an example.
Yeah, we're going to have that at the end, but that is the way in that we're thinking of something really unique and different that will draw attention to it and be perhaps a limited time offer to start, but something that could really be a vessel to educate consumers and gain excitement around this. So that's fantastic. I think that we have some time for questions. If anyone has questions, there are microphones on both sides here, or you can raise your hand. We could hear you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm just curious, outside of pairing with coffee, can you speak to some of the consumer trends around consumption for lactose-free? Like, I hear taste is really paramount, but I'm curious, like, outside of taste, like, is it like a different set of consumers, or is there something shifting in the way consumers are perceiving lactose-free, just in general for fluid dairy?
Do you want to take that first, Veronique?
Sure. Your team also has done a lot of work on this, so maybe you should answer.
Sure.
Just a distinction, again, from a technical perspective, there's two types of lactose-free products, right? Those, as you described, which are hydrolyzed, right, that have a little sweeter, and then you have a lactose-free product where the lactose has been removed through filtrations. So I think both segments are growing, and they're a little different in the characteristics. So a lot of opportunities, but go ahead, Bob, you have all the data on your...
Well, I mean, I mentioned the retail data, the extreme growth, and with almost commensurate declines in the plant-based, there's a lot of people switching back to real dairy. And as we think about that group of consumers who is choosing lactose-free, or perhaps they just can't digest dairy as well. There's discomfort in the digestion after consuming dairy. Amongst those group of consumers, as they're switching back to dairy milk, I think there's a few reasons. There's no question that this idea of consumers returning back to real whole foods is playing into it. When you look at the ingredient lists of pretty much all of the alternative beverages, there's a lot of ingredients, right? Some that are hard to understand what they are. There's been a lot of press about oat milk in particular, which had just a really big run for a while. And what people are saying now, and I think that it was true all along, but they're starting to realize it, and there's press about it, is that when the oats are that highly processed, it really spikes the sugar faster. It raises the sugar levels. And it maybe isn't as good for you as people thought it was. And I think, but again, as a whole, when you look at that return to dairy, there's price value. The price of dairy milk, especially for that wonderful, perfect nutritional package that you have in real milk, is lower pretty significantly than the plant-based alternative. So I can get, and of course I'm biased, so I'm going to say that up front. But I get better nutrition at a lower price, and I have to stretch my dollars even further right now in the grocery store with inflation and everything else. It's driving people to return back to dairy. That's my 2 cents on it. I don't know if anyone else has any other thoughts.
No, I mean, nothing new to add other than, in terms of, you mentioned the interest in other products. Of course, there's, ways to infuse it, like lactose-free cheese and kind of other ways that we've been exploring. Coffee was, and the reason I'm sitting up here, was the vessel, the channel by which we were wanting to really drive awareness, drive interest. But of course, when you think about the great American product that features cheese, pizza, burgers, when we can start to think about what are other things that people consume that are interesting, that you can get that lovely flavor, that nutrition, that taste. And so that's an untapped territory in terms of some of the work we did, but it's certainly an area to explore.
Yeah, and we were doing a conference call kind of getting ready for this panel, and Frank's wife, Michelle, had a list of reasons why too. So, I mean, I think consumers are paying a lot more attention now, which is fantastic. Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Yes.
Right behind you. Yep. Thank you, everyone. Frank, I had a question for you about coffee. I love espresso drinks. Trying to be not a champion like you at home, but trying to start my journey and, realizing a lot of the coffee shops either have non-dairy milk products or they have whole milk. And I know it's hard, I guess, to get that froth, to get that crema, right, with maybe non-dairy alternatives, but now they're making oat milk, or they have been making oat milk barista-style products. Is the lactose-free milk, does that impact any type of creation that you make behind the coffee pot? Does that have any implications to taste or profile or anything?
I mean, so like you were saying, when it comes to presentation and specifically to latte art, non-dairy milks definitely suffer. Like, I'm in the world of geeky baristas, and we also have a latte art competition. I've never been to a latte art competition where we use a non-dairy milk because it just isn't great for doing latte art with. For me, when I was preparing for the U.S. Barista Championship, and I used the lactose-free milk, I saw no issues with steaming it, with doing latte art. Part of the thing we're scored on is visual presentation, and so even with lactose-free milk, I got the highest score on visuals. So I was able to achieve the kinds of design I wanted with the lactose-free milk.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
really
I can
cool.
add a little bit to this too. I'll be happy to introduce you to our researcher, where she's here, Dr. Likon at Cal Poly, St. Louis Obispo. We did some trial with actually 18 different barista products, or so-called barista products, lactose-free milks and so forth, looking at foam stability and all the indexes. And again, all this product, despite all the addition of gelling agent and emulsifiers and so forth, don't perform any better. And lactose-free milk was fine on all the tests. So I'm be glad to share that with you.
Any other questions? This will be the last one. All right, well, I guess that was the last one.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. We have something pretty exciting here that I'd just like to introduce. We sort of alluded to it before, that we've been working really through this sprint with Venture Fuel, and one of the outputs are some really unique concepts for a lactose-free dairy milk in coffee. And so, Megan, do you want to talk about that and kind of
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great last question to tee up where we are. And so we've kind of been teasing it throughout the panel as this innovative sprint work. Yeah, maybe I'll step over to the side so everyone can see. That we're working on co-developing with CMAB a product to bring to market that features lactose-free milk in a variety of ways that really excites the market. And so the approach we took, we actually have over 20 concepts. Today you get to see 5. And the approach we took was, how do we also bring in the other interesting things that are happening in coffee shops in terms of flavors and ingredients that people are interested in, that people are, whether it's emerging, is it a mature, is it really early? And so we kind of did a little bit of a spectrum to inform these beverage concepts, both in, latte, cappuccino, both in form as well as flavor profile, and, what we're starting to see in terms of interest and really interesting things that are being done. no judgment, Frank. These are, and so these were derived from, the two companies that I mentioned earlier, but a really, a broad but also deep scan of the market in terms of consumer interest, consumer behavior, demand, what's on menus, what's being bought, what's being searched for, what's being posted to social media. So just left to right and bottom, you see strawberry iced matcha latte. There's been an increase in strawberry, probably fruit in general. But in terms of the, not only the aesthetic, I love that you mentioned, people want a pretty drink, whether it's a pumpkin spice latte and has the orange during fall. You can imagine drinking this in the spring or over the summertime. And then, moving to the right, creamy Vietnamese boba coffee. I thought this was a really interesting mix of, there are boba shops, there are coffee shops. In terms of the interest of starting to bring in, especially as we thought about the California market, other flavors that aren't, just the traditional latte or the traditional coffee. Southeast Asia is there. A lot of interesting things are coming out in terms of the flavors and the ingredients. And so doing a mix, you see that creamy. I should also say that these not only inform, but the titles of the drinks have been informed by what people are talking about. So, that creaminess, and as we think about the behavior of lactose-free milk, like tapping into that really those non-dairy milks can't evoke. They can't really behave the same. And then to the right, cinnamon nitro latte. Nitro is something that we see in coffee shops. Cinnamon is still a favorite, but also it's still a growing flavor. This is probably a little bit more of the traditional flavor profile that you see up here, but one that I didn't put the scores up here, but scored super high in terms of consumer trend. And then left to right quickly, sweet tres leches horchata coffee. As we think about, it's the California Milk Advisory Board. You mentioned the, Hispanic population and lactose-free, 1 in 3. And so really wanting to, again, you'll see kind of these different flavor profiles, but calling on what's interesting in the California market. If we're gonna roll this out to a California coffee shop, chains and multiple stores, we have to speak to the demographic and the population. And then pistachio cappuccino. I mean, who doesn't want a green coffee? But pistachio, just like strawberry, is it's an ingredient that we're seeing really across the board.
And thank you all for the great panel. That was amazing. This next panel is something that I end up thinking about a lot, which is the balance of tradition and innovation. We work a lot with very large organizations and trying to push them forward to try new things, but stay true to their core, right? And that there's always a give and a pull. And I couldn't be more excited to bring both John and Elizabeth to the stage. So why don't you guys come up, and I'll give a little intro to both of you. But our whole conversation, please, today is this idea of that tension between traditional and innovation. So John is the CEO of the California Milk Advisory Board. He leads efforts in innovation and consumer engagement to boost demand for California dairy. With a background in global marketing from roles at the Almond Board, Procter & Gamble, and PepsiCo, John has helped position CMAB as a leader in dairy innovation. I would like to say notably launching the Real California Milk Accelerator, among many other things he has done. But please welcome John Talbot. And I'm very excited that I got to meet Elizabeth in person for the first time. So John and I both have been on Elizabeth's podcast and have gotten to know her as well. But Elizabeth's the senior editor at Food Navigator USA, which is an influential news source for the food and beverage industry. Based in DC, she covers trends in innovation, regulation, health, and nutrition. And she is the host of Soup to Nuts podcast, which is awesome. You all should go listen to it. But it brings industry insights to life and help food businesses navigate emerging challenges. Her expertise is in food and business journalism. So now, awkwardly, I won't introduce myself. I'll just move over here.
Well, thank you all so much for having me and putting on this amazing show today. I think, you mentioned the podcast and you were both so gracious to be on it years ago. I think when I first learned about the Real California Milk Accelerator, and I was really struck by two things, and we're going to talk a little bit about them today. But the first was this really unique model that you've created. I talk with a lot of accelerators that focus on one part of the value chain. So maybe they just help startups, or maybe they just help farmers. But this accelerator is cool because you're bringing together everyone across the value chain. And so that was one thing that stuck out to me. The other was the high caliber of the participants that you bring together and just the breadth of innovation. I did not know you could do so many things with dairy, as I've learned from working with you all. And I think it's interesting because as innovative as the products are, they really do still pull on this deep tradition that's in dairy, which you mentioned we're going to talk a little bit about today. And so while I'm eager to talk about, the innovation side, I think maybe a good place to start is with the basics and telling me a little bit, or telling all of us here a little bit about the Real California Milk Accelerator and why it's needed and what you all are doing. And so, John, maybe you could start by explaining, why innovation in dairy matters and how you all are approaching it.
Sure. People have been eating dairy foods for thousands of years, and I hate to say it, but somewhere along the line, the dairy industry got a little complacent, even to the point where we would refer to ourselves as a commodity, which absolutely drives me crazy. Any of my team will tell you I hate that word. And I heard a guy talk about it actually on a speech 4 or 5 years ago, and the guy happened to be from Harley Davidson. Okay, not dairy, but Harley, obviously worldwide known for customer satisfaction, customer loyalty. And he said something that stuck with me, and he said, all commoditization is self-inflicted. And that hit me right between the eyes, and I said, that is dairy to the T. If we want to be relevant to today's consumer, we have got to really focus on innovation, on differentiation, on customer experience, on service orientation. And at CMAB, one of our top priorities is this idea of trying to foster a culture of innovation throughout the dairy industry. And programs like the accelerator here are exactly what we're trying to do that. The California Dairy Innovation Center, you heard from Veronique in the last panel, what she's doing. And what we're doing day to day with dairy processors, trying to connect the dots, trying to get people to talk to each other, trying to explore ideas. All of this stuff is just absolutely vital to the industry's future.
And so you're in your 6th year now with this program, which is crazy. Tell me a little bit about high level, how it started, but then also how it's going. What's the impact been? Sure.
Well, it's a fun story how it got started. Fred and I met at a conference purely by chance. Just happened to sit down to him next to him at breakfast, and what do you do? And all of a sudden I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool, what he's into. And we started kind of rolling around this question of, how might we combine two of California's most valuable resources. On the one hand, you've got this, nutritious, delicious California dairy products, and on the other hand, this insatiable entrepreneurial spirit, places like Silicon Valley. And all of a sudden, this was really starting to sound exciting. I get home from the conference, and Bob had just been to a dairy farmer meeting and said, we got this great idea about starting a Shark Tank for dairy products. And boom, 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 lights go off, and get Fred involved in the discussion, and lo and behold, here we are. 6 years later, 300 some entries, 50 some participants, 17 of those products are still in the marketplace. So that's, for any business, that's a pretty good track record.
That is a pretty good track record, and I think it really speaks to the work that you all are doing to help facilitate and build these brands and businesses. Fred, I am curious if you can tell us, John sort of mentioned doing the thing you do, but maybe you could tell us a little bit about what it is that you're doing and sort of how your role is in the innovative part of this.
Yeah, so the thing that I do, I love that. I think the line, by the way, that I hope anybody on my team is here will write down is that commoditization is self-inflicted. That is such a great line, but that's what our business is at Venture Fuel. So I started it 10 years ago, and the idea was, how do we help large organizations that are successful, that have built really interesting businesses that maybe have commoditized in some way or have become a legacy industry. And they're trying to think through what their next chapter is going to be, whether that is growth, right? New products, new innovation, or also like disruption insurance. How do they protect against startups or new entries into markets or new consumer changes? And so that's what we do all day. That's all we think about. And we do this across all different industries. So we're working with Comcast on media and technology and generative AI. We're working with ARP Foundation on how do you help low-income seniors. And so it's really fun to tackle different industries. And it's all with this idea of how do we ignite change by partnering with startups. And the idea, the name of Venture Fuel is there's a better way to fuel your venture. Because I kept talking to startups and they kept saying, oh, I got to raise money. I have to raise money. I have to raise money. I was like, don't worry about raising money. Build a business. Figure out if someone will pay you for what you're trying to do. That's how you fuel your new venture. You need to find the blue chip partners that can enable that. And so when I sat next to John very serendipitously, he said, have you ever thought about innovation in dairy? And truthfully, I said, no, I had not. And we started talking, and I was like, this is the perfect example, though. I bet there are people out there that are launching businesses that have an idea but are not sure how to commercialize that. And what if we could combine the best of what CMAB does with that finding of the right startups that have a new idea and help facilitate them getting on shelf and scaling their business? And that's where this all kind of came together.
I think this is really interesting, and the work that you all have done in this short 6 years is pretty dramatic. And at the risk of aging myself, I do remember being sent to the grocery store as a child to get the white milk with the light blue cap. And it was between that and the red cap, and that was it, right? That's all I saw in terms of branding. Yeah. But now you go and the dairy aisle, the milk, just dairy milk, there's so many choices. And I want to talk about how the market can sustain these choices because it's answering a consumer need. So I would love if you guys could talk a little bit about what role the consumer plays in driving innovation in the dairy segment.
Well, consumers are hardwired to look for new products. Okay, there's always a better mousetrap out there. It's almost a Darwinian thing. You think back to it, it was all about survival. You had to find new things, and people are driven by what's new. In fact, it's the most powerful word in the marketing toolkit is new. It's not free, by the way, it's new. And consumers tell us what they want, and we can either listen or not listen, and that's the key. We have to listen. We have to be aware of the changing attitudes, the changing need states, the trends of what they like and don't like. So the consumer really has to be the center and drive all of what we do.
I think what's really interesting too, and one of the things that's made this partnership so successful is that focus on the consumer. A lot of times innovation it's either like a startup petting zoo, where there's some startups and everyone goes, oh, look at the cute little startup, and then they go back to their day job, unless it's based on a consumer pain point. And one of my favorite parts of our partnership is early, before we even choose the theme, is we say, what are the consumer trends? What do consumers look for that maybe isn't addressed in the marketplace? And so then when we go out to look at all the different dairy startups around the world that we then have apply for this, we're basing it off of there's an unmet need in the marketplace, where there's a trend that we see that potentially they can break through. So with any client in any industry, we're always like, why are you doing this? What is the pain point? Is there an opportunity here? Because you don't want to just innovate for innovation's sake. So that's one of the things that's made this successful over time.
And looking at the accelerator program, the themes have changed over the years, in part to meet that consumer need and those consumer trends. And when I look across this year's cohort, I see, a shelf-stable meal replacement drinks from Toto. I see dairy-based energy shots from Stellify, a cottage cheese-based ice cream designed by an athlete for athletes that's really high in protein, and that's Smear Case. So there's obviously this common thing, or theme rather, around health and wellness. To what extent is that the future of dairy, and to what extent is there still room for indulgence?
Always room for indulgence. But the dairy, and I'll say specifically milk, forever has been about 13 essential nutrients, right? Everybody knew that, they've seen it, and it just became kind of background wallpaper. Consumers now are more interested in whole health. And even as Lauren said this morning, this idea of nutrition has evolved into whole body health and wellness. And we have to learn how that shift, is happening. But dairy's benefits line up very well with the functional need states that Lauren was talking about this morning. Things like physical performance, heart health, weight management, gut health, even emotional stability. All of these things, these are the new world that we live in, and we have to learn how to position our products to consumers relative to these new evolving need states. But the nice thing is there's a great match between what consumers are interested in and what we have to offer.
Yeah, I think you talked about the evolution of the program. I do remember during the pandemic, we had the snack accelerator, and I remember it because I had about 18 cartons of different ice cream show up on my doorstep as a judge to taste. That was pretty awesome. So the indulgence is there on the innovation side. I think what's cool is consumers are less about this or that and more about and dairy is really great at that. It is able to provide the health and wellness benefits and the indulgence. And so some of these products skew more one way versus the other, but I think that's the power of this and the opportunity to tap into entrepreneurs that are seeing ways to take what are maybe very health conscious products and get that into an indulgent state that's better for you.
I love it when there's permissible indulgence. As someone with a serious sweet tooth and a deep love of creamy things, this is great news. And there are some great ones out on the expo floor who are balancing both the indulgence and the better for you. When it comes to innovation, the idea is essential, obviously. Meeting consumer trends is important, but it's still really only part of the equation. There's still so much more to building a business and building a brand successfully. And so I'm hoping we can talk a little bit about how the accelerator is helping founders to navigate the dairy industry successfully. I know that you all had something like 18 mentors during this program, and you covered a lot of topics. So tell us a little bit about the nuts and bolts of the accelerator program.
Why don't you start on that one?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting is every founder is at a different place in their journey. Some are great at marketing, but they don't understand how to produce their idea, right? And there's all different variations. And so over the years, we've evolved the mentorship. It's a lot more personalized now. So it's a little, if one person needs more marketing help, we're doubling down on that. But we also recognize there's certain things that every business needs to know how to do. How do you scale? How do you sell? How do you market? What is PR, legal? How do you work with distributors? And what we really did was say, okay, if we were launching a business, what do we need to know? And what are the successful businesses? What have they done? And so those are the mentors we go get. It's people that have done it, they've been there, they've moved the needle in terms of growing a business, so they can come back and talk to the founders and really have validity when they sit with the founders and help them. And I think, to me, one of the really special things is, and this is going to sound a little cheesy, but if you go to the expo area, there's a lot of alumni companies from this program because it becomes a bit of a family. CMAB is so gracious with their time, their insight, their connections, that these companies scale with that help. And so it's almost like they become co-founders. So I love how this program's evolved, where we bring in the right mentorship for who's there, but everybody contributes, both CMAB, Venture Fuel, and those mentors specifically, and we all want the founders to succeed. So we're all kind of rowing in the same direction.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll just add to one area there that always seems to percolate to the top in terms of issues for a lot of these startups, and that's co-manufacturing. Is, okay, I made this in my kitchen, now how do I make it commercially viable for the, to sell at retail? And that is not an easy proposition. And a lot of these folks don't have any experience in that. So fortunately, on our staff, we have a number of people that have tremendous expertise in that area, have been through that before. In fact, Ben Yee, I don't see him in here right now. Oh, there he is, yeah. Ben, 25 years at Safeway Albertsons, and the knowledge there that these folks are able to, soak out of Ben and Bob and Veronique to help, put their products together and get them viable and available for retail sales is really amazing. And it's great to see how fast that is happening. So that's a huge part of it. And the other thing also that Fred mentioned is getting them involved with prior year winners. Oh my goodness, I sat in on the mentor session just a couple weeks ago. We had 3 prior winners talking to our current, 24 cohort. And oh my goodness, the questions were just coming left and right. And you could really tell that, they appreciated that insight and that experience from our past winners.
And one thing I'll add on to it is each year we evaluate the program. We're like, what we could do better? What's an add-on? What's something new and interesting? And this year, one thing that was great was the opening kickoff. We usually tour a dairy, and we spend some time letting them know the California dairy industry. But we also did a tour of grocery stores. We sent the group out on like almost a scavenger hunt to see what those dairy aisles look like at all different grocery stores, then convene back and have a session with the dairy buyer at one of those retail stores where they could go right away and say, what's the pricing? What did you think of this? What would you ask me as a founder? And we were like, no holds barred. Like, be honest. Tell them why you wouldn't put them on shelf, what they need to improve. And I think like it's so rare to have that shot on goal, that at bat, without the pressure of I'm never going to get that meeting again. And so it was like this great moment where they could be very vulnerable and say, this is what I'm trying to do. Why does that stand out? Should I price higher or price lower? And I think that real world sort of experience is something that's helping this cohort accelerate faster maybe than previous cohorts.
So really addressing legitimate challenges and bringing forward concrete action items. And I will say when I was walking the expo, everybody did say how much they love working with the other founders and with the California Milk Board, like how impactful it is. And that's one of the big reasons that they are joining. One of the things I said at the beginning that strikes me about this particular accelerator program is that, yes, there's this focus on end products, but that you did tour the dairy, that you are talking about how to uplift farmers and processors. So I'm hoping we can just talk a little bit about how these innovations impact upstream. Farmers.
Yes.
Farmers.
We have actually, where's Essie? We have a dairy farmer. There's Essie from our board, actually. But at any rate, dairy farmers work harder than anybody in the world. And it's great to work with them, but they are in it for the long term, and when they see this kind of creativity and energy surge into the industry, that gives them hope and faith, that they will be able to pass down their business to their kids and their grandkids. And it's funny, I got asked once, how do dairy farmers measure success? And I said, by generations. Because that's what it's all about. So if we can do anything to help them see the opportunities and the hope in the future, I think we've won.
I also think it's such a good give and take. I remember the very first accelerator class, we were on a bus. Bob was speaking on the bus. It was rocking back and forth, and we were driving from a farm to a processing facility, back to a farm, and we had all these founders. And they inject that energy, right, of the entrepreneurial spirit. It is really like, it is a palpable thing. When you see them pitch tonight, you can't help but get excited. But also they went on the farm and they walked the farm, they talked to the farmer, they saw the cows, and that energy came back in the other direction of like, this is where the milk comes from. These are the people that my products support. This is the community I'm a part of. So it has this really tremendous give and take that I think works very well for everybody. And so it's something that we started from year one and have continued to kind of dive into, and why we today wanted to do a Future of Dairy Expo and really just keep thinking of ways of connecting the tissue between all the different parts of this community.
When we talk about measuring anything in terms of generations or the future, right, sustainability comes into play. And I think, rightly or wrongly, agriculture of all kinds is often scrutinized and criticized for how it's approaching sustainability. But as you mentioned, we're looking at generations. So these farmers are here to make the land a better place. It's not their goal to have it deteriorate and not be able to pass it along. And I think one of the things that's interesting is, again, walking the expo floor, is a lot of these brands are talking about sustainability. And so I'm hoping we can take a minute and explore this idea of how brands that can work with farmers to promote sustainability, both on the farm and then within their products, and then also at the consumer level. So a good spot, I guess, to start with is, to what extent do consumers expect new products to have this element of sustainability? And how can collaboration help move that forward?
Well, the expectation is 100%. We have spent a lot of time talking to consumers about sustainability. What is it? Which is an interesting answer. It's all over the ballpark. And is it important? And, does it influence your behavior and all those kinds of things? And it's growing. It's still one of those things that there's a little more talk than there is action. There's a bit, we call it a say-do gap, okay? The difference between what people say and what they do is a little bit different. That's okay. But the values is what they want to see. And in every new product, there has to be some element of sustainability, some angle that points to, okay, we hear you, and we're trying. We may have not solved this 100%, but we're trying. And, consumers come back to us with the basics, okay? Sustainability is about animal care, actually. It's about recycling, and it's about environmental, issues. But there's so much more to that, and they get really impressed and surprised when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions and reducing that, and generating electricity and natural gas and everything else, all these things that are going on, and it's overwhelming, and they don't understand it all, but it sounds good, and it's what they want to hear, even if they don't understand it. So we just have to keep pushing it, and like you said, all the new products upstairs have some angle, some element of sustainability. They know they have to.
Yeah, I would say one thing that really impressed me the first time we went on a tour of a farm was the absolute love of the land and the animals. And to your point of being measured in generations, nobody is more focused on sustainability than those families. And so also to see their openness to technology. I mean, it was unbelievable, the things that were happening on the farm. I was like, oh, wow, like you guys are on cutting edge on a lot of these different areas, and more so, and committed to diving into that. And then when we get into the program, we've had so many different products, from upcycling whey that was being discarded and turning that into new products, to a number of different, you can go upstairs and see all the different examples, but it's certainly something that you see on the marketing product side because consumers want it, but it's true. It's like at the farm level, the farmer level, it's something that they care about, they think about, and are always optimizing for.
I'm grateful that you also called out upcycling, because that's a huge trend, and you all have had some past participants. I think Wayward Spirit and Mitero really pushed this part forward, and it's a really cool way to make the most of everything, because it is very valuable. Every part is valuable, so I appreciate that. I have more questions because I'm a journalist. I always have more questions. But I do want to give folks in the audience a chance. If anyone out there has a question they want to ask. There are microphones up at the front. We do have one question in the middle. I don't know if we have a runner.
We can hear you too. I can repeat it if.
Yeah.
So when I think about tradition and innovation and legacy categories and companies, I can't think of anything bigger than fluid milk. So I'm curious, just when we think about innovating or fueling, do you see opportunities based on consumer need states or like pain points around innovation within fluid milk itself? Because I see so much dairy innovation like all over the store, but like when I'm thinking about milk itself, I struggle to see as many opportunities. And so I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Well, first of all, and Bob mentioned this earlier, we're seeing for the first, certainly in my tenure in 10 years, and it's probably been quite a bit longer than that since we've actually seen growth in fluid milk. And there's a lot driving that. Part of it is there's a little movement out of the alternatives back into traditional fluid milk, which is great. We love that. But also, as we heard earlier this morning, milk is right on the cutting edge in terms of a lot of these new need states relative to health and wellness. So that's a very positive thing. And there was something else I was going to say. Let me go to.
I'll buy you some time. I think you're seeing lactose-free, right? Yeah. Immediately. One of the things is like when something is really good, like it's hard to mess with it to some degree, but we're always looking for ways to tweak it, right? So you use A2, lactose-free, then you start going into the flavors, right? And thinking about things like that, which obviously is taking the liquid milk and maybe moving it to something else. But a lot of the products upstairs, at least 50% is liquid milk, right? And so I think it's something that we're always pushing the envelope and thinking about. I think there's a lot of interesting things around liquid milk you could innovate, packaging, marketing, right? Thinking of some things there, and maybe some of the process, which goes a little bit more upstream. But it's a superfood. We've looked at this at different times, and it feels like such a perfect base to jump off and do innovative things that I'm not sure how much you need to mess with the base itself.
I remembered what I wanted to say, and I think this is really important. We just looked at some data just in the last couple of weeks of the 50 highest growth dairy brands in the state of California, okay? This is based on actual unit growth. 21% of that growth came from high-protein, ready-to-drink beverages that were 90% milk-based. There were a couple that were milk alternatives, and there were a couple that were fruit-based, but 21% of the total growth was coming from milk-based and high-protein milks. So think Fairlife, think Core Power, think Premier. Those products are growing like crazy right now. And it's in part the protein. So protein is a big part of it, and it's something that obviously comes naturally in milk, but also comes in a whole variety of these milk-based beverages that are not 100% milk. But again, like upstairs, there's a number of them. So it's a very exciting time to see the growth in milk and the innovation in milk as well.
Am I allowed to contribute to this answer?
Yes.
So I recently spoke with Maple Hill Creamery, who does grass-fed milk, and they were talking a lot about how it's in fluid milk and bringing in these other sustainability stories, so really marrying trends to push forward against something that's maybe traditionally been seen as a commodity, but helping it to stand out. So what other claims can you make? You can make those health claims. You can make those environmental claims. I think a few years ago there was a company, and I cannot remember the name, they did a cream on top where you had to go back and shake it before you could drink it. So there is innovation, I think, across all formats of dairy, really.
Yeah, and I would say this program, like the most fun part, without question, is when we get all the applications. It is so fun. It's a little overwhelming, right? There's so many different ideas on how to innovate using dairy, and that's the core. Is like 50% has to be dairy, and we've seen everything from T-shirts, right, to all different types of ice creams. There's a frozen cottage cheese later today. Like there's a lot of unique things happening. And I think entrepreneurs are always the ones that are going to push that envelope. And that can be from a science and technology side, that can be in terms of new product ideas. But it's ripe. Each year we're kind of like, hey, there's going to be new ideas. And every year, here comes a whole new slew. So it's a lot of fun.
Do we have other questions from the audience? Okay, well, I still have questions.
Let's go.
I have great big questions. I know that the whole point of this is the future of dairy. And so, John, what is the future of dairy? What is its potential for growth and innovation? And why should entrepreneurs continue to play and enter this space?
Well, again, there is this great alignment right now, in more than ever, I think, in terms of what consumers are looking for, in terms of their health and wellness need states, and what dairy has to offer, not just at the high level, the macronutrients, protein, calcium, vitamin D, all that kind of stuff is great. But what we're just starting to learn about are all the micronutrients in milk. Things like lactoferrin, which is only a small percentage of the volume of regular milk, but we're learning how to extract that. Now, it's still a very new science, but lactoferrin is one of the things that there was a lot of talk about when COVID came out, because lactoferrin is very good in terms of boosting immunity. And once we get the technology down to start being able to pull out some of these micronutrients, lactoferrin is one, tryptophan is another. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of micronutrients in milk. So again, with new technology, we will have the opportunity to create even more unbelievable dairy-based products. And so from an investor standpoint, I would think those are the things that, would make just a ton of sense and be of great interest.
I'm trying to decide if this is provocative. I can see like our marketing team up there, and they're always like, Fred, say something provocative, but not that we'll get in trouble about. I'm like, that's conflict. I see milk as an innovation platform in the same way that when I'm down the road in Silicon Valley, I'm like, generative AI is a platform for entrepreneurs. Right? You get Gen AI and you build an application over it. And that's how you go raise all this money, because you have this large language model, not to get too into it, right? But that's the platform on which you build your great idea. I think milk can be that platform in terms of food creation. It has all the micronutrients that John mentioned. It has all this value. It has great taste, like we talked about earlier. And it also blends well. It works with other foods and flavors and ingredients, and you can do all these things with it. To me, it's a very interesting way to create something new with like a really solid base. So I think of it almost as like an innovation platform.
I think that's a really good point. I get excited as a journalist talking about functional foods from, the claim side, high protein, but there's also the function of the food itself and what it does when you're creating a product. So I'm really glad that you called that out, because dairy does bring forward, like we said, both the health, but also the indulgence. And that mouthfeel that can be really hard to replicate. I think the other part of our conversation that I want to revisit is we talked about all these mentors that you all brought in, and maybe Fred as a master connector of people. How can the folks in this room support innovation in this category? How can they support dairy farmers and the adoption of innovative practices?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. If anyone wants to be a part of this, come find us and anybody at Venture Fuel, anybody at CMAB. We're always trying to figure out how to weave the community in, and if there's an area of expertise or however you'd like to get involved, let's talk and come up with a good way. I think that it's a really special program in that there's so much opportunity to continue it forward, meaning we know that there's all these amazing dairies in California that might have a farm stand, that have an interesting product that they're selling locally. How do you turn that into a monster CPG? That's a very interesting question that we've turned over several times. people that are working in processing facilities and see a way to improve that and make it more sustainable? Do those ideas end up on the floor or get discarded? How do we start to extract that from the people that are in the industry doing the things? You guys have these ideas, but you're busy doing the thing. So how do we start to pull those ideas and figure out a way to collaborate to build them? I think is a really interesting opportunity.
I'll just add, one of the things that anyone can do is not necessarily try and become an influencer. Okay, I'm not going to push you that hard. But we're all influencers among our peers. And we all hear outrageous stories of people claiming this, that, or the other thing. Jen is being tasked with trying to dispel some of the myths around milk and dairy. And all of us can help with that, in terms of questioning when people say outrageous things, or offering an idea, for, hey, you could use milk for that, or you could do this or that or the other thing. And so just by communicating within our own peer groups, our friend groups, in terms of, the wonderful nature of dairy, the indulgence, and the technical, the scientific side of it. But just through that communication, we could all do a lot.
When you say Jen, do you mean California Dairy Diva on Instagram? Because that's where you can all find her, and she is an influencer. And I think you're right. I think all of us, part of the purpose of this program too is to spread the excitement of these entrepreneurs that are innovating around that platform of dairy. And I think what's cool is each of them, when they meet the farmers, they get to understand the dairy community. They start to post not just about their products, but about what this experience is like and why they're doing it. And they come back to that core, so it's very authentic. And I think it's a good way to spread the sort of enthusiasm and excitement about the future of dairy.
I think that's a really good call to action. As a journalist, I'm always pro-communication, so thank you for sharing that with us. And thank you for sharing all of your insights today, and again, bringing us all together. It's been a delight to be up here with you, and I hope that everyone can go and visit those startups that we've been talking about. So thank you all.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for coming back from the exhibition. I know that there was a lot of great dairy innovation and snacks happening there. Hard to pull you away from that, but we have a really exciting panel here to end the day. And we're going to focus on health trends and consumer preferences in dairy. I'm so excited to have John, Donna, and PK join me. So John Crawford is the SVP Client Insights for Dairy at Circana, where he leads strategic partnerships with top dairy clients and industry associations. John has over 26 years in marketing and market research, providing expert insights on dairy trends from product development to category management, sharing his knowledge through webinars, podcasts, articles, and great events like this. So thanks for being here, John. Donna Berry, later I will introduce Donna as the only 6-year judge of the CMAB Real California Milk Accelerator. Donna is the editor of Berry on Dairy, which is a leading platform for dairy industry and insights. Actually, each year when we start the competition, we go looking for new insights and startups. So we actually start with Donna's website. So I don't know if I've ever told you that. She has a background in agricultural journalism and past experience as editor of Dairy Foods magazine. She's a trusted voice in dairy processing, product development, and industry trends. We're so excited to have you here. PK. So PK is a category strategy manager at Sprouts Farmers Market, where she crafts strategic plans to optimize product offerings. With a background in retail and brand management, PK is known for her keen market analysis skills, helping Sprouts drive growth and enhance customer satisfaction. All right, so our panel today is health trends and consumer preferences. We've had a keynote to start the day. Almost every panel has mentioned different trends. Thinking about dairy specifically, what are the trends that come to mind first for you? And John, let's start there.
Well, we can always say lactose-free, but we're going to try and steer away a little bit of that. I would say protein is certainly a hot trend, and then no low, sugar. So not only sugar reduction, but also avoidance of artificial sweeteners. So, I think when sugar was, in particular, kind of culled out of yogurt, they went to artificial sweeteners, and now everybody's kind of backing away from that. So some of the claims that we're seeing, the biggest growth on are less sugar, no sweeteners, and then also natural sweeteners. So those are like the three biggest growing trends that we're seeing within claims. So there's a lot of trends in there. I would say that what we're going to see a little bit is there's a lot of upside still on the trends that are out there in dairy.
Donna.
Well, I just would like to add that I'm also a food scientist. So when I'm speaking right now, I'm going to be a little geeky. So one of the big trends with the lactose-free, I know we've talked a lot about it this morning, is there's two approaches: taking it out through filtration or breaking it down with the lactase enzyme. And that feeds into the sugar reduction trend, because when you break down the lactose, you're actually breaking it down to glucose and galactose, which are sweeter. So there's all these claims and label claims are talking about lactose free. It would be wonderful if the marketer communicated what the benefit is to adding the lactase enzyme into the product, that this is naturally helping reduce sugar in products. And then you mentioned protein, and I couldn't agree more. However, it needs to be promoted more. And one thing that I have not heard today was addressing the GLP-1 weight loss. And this is huge. Besides the fact, well, let me just say, I read this morning somewhere, a couple companies are already coming out and saying that it has definitely impacted their sales of sweet treats and snacks and, junk food. But when you're going on this quick weight loss diet, you're losing muscle mass quicker than you're losing actually fat. And so it's so important to be consuming high quality complete protein, which is what dairy is. And with that said, I actually did a scan of research that's out there. Do you know that I did not even realize this? There have been studies associating that the composition of milk, those 13 vitamins and or 13 nutrients, together when consumed, we know that it promotes satiety, but how it's promoting satiety is it actually leads to production of GLP-1 hormone in the body. So it's actually a natural way of helping you lose weight. And I think that more research needs to be funded in that space. I'm really excited about it, but it seems to me like that is a growing trend and one of those need states that you mentioned earlier that needs to be addressed.
PK.
Yeah, I mean, I as a in the forefront of the customer-facing retail, especially at Sprouts Farmers Market, where we're one of the largest and fastest growing health food stores, where our motto and words to live by are trying to help people live and eat better. So they come to us, and we're seeing that high protein is definitely top of the list. And what's really exciting for someone who's a dairy purist as myself is whole fats. So the higher the fat, the better the sales, quite frankly. And it's really exciting to see, because people are consuming more whole milk dairy products, and that's just really great for innovation for the future.
Love that. I think one of the things that was mentioned a few times throughout the day was this almost like return to natural, or return to clean label. I'd love to get your thoughts on the sort of label influence and how that's driving trends. And maybe, PK, start with you, given the role Sprouts plays there.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, labels are very important to us, and I do work on the private label team, so that's something that we talk about on a daily basis. Our consumers are really looking for the attributes, right? That's it. So it's more than just the label. It's more what's behind the claim and the logo that you're going to see on pack. So what are the attributes that our customers are looking for? And the high protein is again one that's going to be called out
quite a bit. Lactose-free has been becoming a faster growing claim that is being put on pack, but also organic, right? Like just going back to organic dairy, which I hope it doesn't start to dwindle, but organic is really important because that just speaks to a cleaner label, right? It's trust from the consumer because they know that the soil is being treated well and the feed that is going into the animals is a lot cleaner as well. So, yeah.
And Donna, what do you think about that sort of return to wholesome?
Well, twofold. First is there has been research done that we talked a little bit earlier, or John did, about extracting the bioactive peptides and the various nutrients from milk because they're associated with everything from building immunity to assisting with sleep. But there has also been a lot of research done, and I'd like to see more in that space, of consuming the whole milk product and how those components work synergistically together. And I think that's a pretty exciting space as well. And then regarding labeling, and I was at a transparency conference, it's probably been a month now, time just been flying. And it was really interesting. They had they recruited 5 consumers that consider themselves to be foodies. And this was not dairy specific, this was across the food industry. And they had a panel interview, they were on stage, they had no idea what they were gonna be asked. And some of the most amazing feedback scary thing is that they all thought that there are still things going into foods that aren't declared on the ingredient label. And all of us in the audience were like, oh my God, I can't believe you think that. But they wanted QR codes on everything so that they can scan it at the grocery store and read about stuff. And they want to know about the farmers, the practices, and they want to hear from real people who are producing these foods, and they're okay with influencers who are, especially our diva here, Dairy Diva in the audience, but the consumer wants more information. And one last thing is they also said that don't make up any more claims or labels or certifications and put it on the package. There's too many out there already. It's confusing to them. They said, just get down back to the basics and let us know. And I thought that was really fascinating. And when there are too many labels on stuff, it actually makes them a little fearful, and they'll put it back because they think we're trying to pull one over on them.
Yeah, and I think that might lead to the sort of simplicity, right? Like Whole Foods, things you recognize right away. And John, what do you think?
Well, I think there's a lot to unpack here. I would say, just look at, if you want to look at plant-based, we don't want to talk plant-based, but if you want to look at plant-based and what they're trying to do to clean up their labels. When I was at Crystal Farms, we did an ethnography with folks on milk, and we were actually, in their homes, and when we're having them go in the refrigerator, and they were talking a lot about how almond milk was so much better than dairy milk. And we asked the mom to go look at the label, and she looked at all the ingredients in the label and all the difficult to decipher ingredients, and she started to cry, not realizing how that product was not clean label, right? And everything that had to go into it. And I think that has impacted plant-based. I mean, certainly pricing has impacted plant-based, but I do think that lack of clean label it has. And when I was at Land O'Lakes, they came up with a tagline for Land O'Lakes, which was "Where simple goodness begins," and that was really around just the simple ingredients in butter, as compared to, at the time, margarine was very, very hot, and country crock was very big. And to find out that if consumers are embracing that, just look at the categories within the Dairy 15 that are declining, and that is margarine and spreads and processed cheese. Those are the 2 categories that have continued to decline. They had a brief resurgence in COVID, and they continue to decline as consumers walk away from less, natural foods and more processed foods.
One of the things we talk about a lot, and obviously today the theme of the accelerator is health and wellness. And so I started to think, in a previous competition, we had functional foods, which was a play off the same thing. When you think of functional foods and trends, What comes to mind in terms of where that puck is going, right? Like, where is functional foods? Was that something that has passed us, or is it just the beginning of this idea? And maybe, Donna, I'll start with you.
I think it's twofold. There are some products that consumers are embracing the addition of nutrients and bioactives to get that extra functionality. And that's by far beverages and maybe a little bit in the bar space, but functional beverages are off the charts, and it's kind of crazy how far people are pushing the envelope with those. But functional beverages, but when it comes to, and I mentioned this a few times, the whole food and how it works synergistically. I'll give an example really quick. Just you said margarine, and it made me think of something. As a food scientist, when I took Food Science 101 in 1985 in college, and so that tells you my age. I remember we were learning about making margarine, and I just found it so fascinating because I kept thinking, if you're taking an unsaturated product and you're saturating it, it's got to be just as bad. Well, we found out it's worse. It's trans fat. So I like to take a step back and look at some of these ingredients that are being made today, these concentrated plant-based proteins. And don't get me wrong, we need more sources of protein in this world, but pea protein, it's in everything. And you're concentrating other components of that in that ingredient. And lectins is the big one. And so I think the whole pea has more value in it than, the whole food and what it brings to you versus some of these extracts that are being put into processed foods, ultra-processed foods. You can't say that a plant protein isn't one of the most ultra-processed foods. I grew up never knowing peas had protein. Now it's being made into milk. Liquid beverage.
It makes it better if you whisper. That's good. So PK, on your side, what functional foods, whole foods, like how are you thinking about this when you're thinking about it from a Sprouts lens? Because there is this sort of fine line of how do you make something functional and add things to it, but also keep it simple?
Yeah, that's something that, we discuss quite a bit, especially when we're looking at product development and talking to different suppliers. But I have to just applaud the trend of actually going back to real dairy, because that is a nutritious and nutrient-rich food, right? Or liquid. And so there's your back to functionality just from the get-go, because you're going back to real dairy, right? When it comes to some of the functionality that we're seeing added, the omegas and the DHAs are toying around and adding into milk and lower sugar options. But do I think we're going to see mushroom powder in milk? No. But I am also very happy with the movement of using whey, which is a terrible byproduct, or delicious rather byproduct, as the source of protein in a lot of these beverages and the protein powders that we're seeing. So whey is really going to be, I think, the forefront of the protein source as a functional additive in all of these cross-functional categories. So we're super excited to see how dairy is going to play in to be the functionality driver for the rest of the categories.
I think one thing that struck me today from the keynote, Lauren Twigg was talking about milk has all the functional benefits already. Like, it's there, the 13, all the things we've talked about today. But maybe we have a consumer education issue here, like a strategy of how do we let consumers know, right? And if you tell a consumer this is good for you and this is what's in it, it's not a TikTok positioning that may get through. I'm curious how you think about that education piece and maybe some strategies around it. John, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think we talk about, just for the record, John Talbot was the one who was talking about deconstructing milk, not me. I'm not that smart, so just make sure you guys know that. But when we're talking about, and I've been saying this to the dairy industry for quite some time, and you're probably tired of hearing me say this, there are so many benefits, but consumers, younger consumers in particular, don't know. When I did a session at our summit 2 years ago, and I put up an advertisement from the 50s on milk, and it listed all of the benefits of milk line by line, and it was beautiful. And it talked about calcium, it talked about vitamin D, it talked about all the vitamins and minerals. There were stories when I was growing up about whole milk. Young girls who drank whole milk had lower body mass than girls who did not. Those messages are kind of going by to me, there's some low-hanging fruit in terms of making claims. And when we start to talk about claims, on package, it's still really, really small. I mean, protein on milk makes up only 8% of dollar sales and only 4% of volume. So 4% of volume of milk sales is claimed protein. And that, I think, is a huge missed opportunity. Same thing with lactose-free, and same thing with no low sugar. And we'll talk about cottage cheese a little bit later, I think, because that's an incredibly great story. But even cottage cheese, 11% claim protein on it. And that's just missed opportunity, in my opinion.
Donna, what do you think?
Repeat the question, please.
Oh.
I don't know that I even answered the question, but that's okay.
I didn't think you did. That's why I want to hear the question again.
It was just such a good tease for later. Like, we're going to talk about cottage cheese later. I was like, I don't know if I have a cottage cheese question. But
I'm going to talk about cottage cheese later.
Oh, I'm going to bring it back to you now. But no, Donna, I think the question was, this morning, Lauren Twigg was talking about all the different benefits, like that the milk is this amazing ingredient, but maybe that we have an education problem, that a new generation does not recognize the benefits or why they should be drinking milk. And curious if you have any strategies around that education, or maybe how to talk about it differently.
Well, I'm going to kind of halfway answer it like you did.
Together, that makes a full answer.
I thought I answered it.
No, we were talking about claims. This is something that I think needs to be communicated to consumers much better. Well, actually, simply communicated. I'm not sure who is the person who originally had said this, but whenever I explain it this way, it resonates with consumers or with friends, with people, whatever. A stalk of corn has 3 cobs on it on average. We can eat the cob. We don't eat the peel. We don't eat the whole part. We eat the kernels, and many of us don't even digest those kernels very well. And the rest of that stalk, what happens to it? It's cow feed. It's animal feed. Or the grass that grows on non-arable land that our cows are eating. The original plant-based food is grass-fed milk. They're taking that grass, they're taking that corn stalk, things that we as humans cannot consume. Those mammals are consuming it and producing milk, which is the product that we can consume, and turn it into so many different innovations. And that, to me, is just as critical of a message to explain that story to people, as is the nutritional content. And I agree with you full-heartedly. Kids have no idea anymore the correlation, youngsters, of calcium, and they probably don't even know why vitamin D is added to milk anymore, and that message needs to be explained. Again, on a QR code, scan it and tell me why it's in there, and I'll be okay with it.
PK, what do you think? Is there anything in terms of like strategies to educate new consumers about the value of dairy?
Yeah, there's so much work that I think needs to be done. I think just the stripped down, simple benefits of all of the nutrients that are in milk. Just turn it around, right? What's on the nutrition facts panel? What does it all mean, right? I don't think anyone's telling that story, and I think it's important for especially consumers of the younger generations who are large consumers of fluid dairy and dairy products. They need to know that these nutrients are essential for our bodies, right? And then the other portion of it is taking it back to the land, as Donna said. animal welfare practices, right? Like that's where it starts. That's where the milk comes from, and how farmers approach their ladies who are producing such nutrient-rich foods for us, you know. And I think a lot of those stories still need to be told, and I think the consumers are listening. So I think it's our job as professionals in the dairy industry to continue to engage our customers and really educate them as much as humanly possible.
You know, if I could just jump in, you had mentioned nutrient dense. And think about what Chobani did to the yogurt industry. They flipped the whole category from being a diet food, right, to being a nutrient-dense food with a completely different flavor and texture profile. That is a story that we should all be aspiring to. So in dairy, you flipped a category from being a diet category to being a nutrient-dense category. And that, you know, let's all learn a lesson from that.
Yeah.
And I'll jump on one more. And I think we talked a little bit about this beforehand. What were our dried ingredients and dairy ingredients, the whey, the non-fat dry milk, all the bioactives, caseinates even. I mean, so many are out there. I've done quite a bit of work with U.S. Dairy Export Council on trying to grow those ingredients overseas because it's cheaper to ship dry than liquid products or finished products. But what disappoints me often is how these ingredients are in products, and the only way you know it is by reading the ingredient statement. And it seems to me that a lot of dairy ingredient suppliers, which I think some of them are here because many of them are farmers and co-ops, should be working with the companies that are using these ingredients to better promote their addition. I know that some of the products we're going to judge today are using dry dairy ingredients. And sometimes it just says, you know, the protein content or this beverage, you know, it has protein in it, but they're not talking about what those ingredients are, where they come from, how they're sourced. And that's a great opportunity.
I love it. All right. We're going to open up to Q&A from the audience. We're going to have a microphone, so be ready, but I can't let it go to the audience yet because we have to hear about cottage cheese.
All right, cottage cheese. So cottage cheese is a category that was in the declines, right? And it's a very small dairy category. And we did a lot of work when I was at Michael Foods working on potatoes, mashed potatoes. And what we found was consumers who liked lumps in their potatoes liked lumps in their potatoes. Consumers that like creamy mashed potatoes would not eat lumps. So there's this thing about lumps, right? And if you look at tapioca and you look at cottage cheese, there's certainly that texture component to it. Bring in TikTok, bring in the social storm of adding use occasions to a protein-rich product. And that is a lesson I think everybody needs to also learn, and that is think from an innovation standpoint. Yes, you can improve the product, you can improve the process, you can improve packaging, manufacturing, communication, all that kind of good stuff. Think about finding one more use occasion in the home for a product, because that rose an entire category. Cottage cheese is the second fastest growing category in all of food and beverage. It was the first, and it is sustained for now about 2 years, and it's up in dollars and it's up in volume. And that is a story that I think everybody needs to get behind, because think about use occasions in the home. Get one more use occasion and you can grow an entire category.
And I'd like to add to that, just because all of that has happened and is taking place without there being too terribly much innovative on the product side. I am in shock at these huge tubs of cottage cheese that you're not just finding at club stores, that you're finding at mainstream stores. They're like 1.5 gallon size, or they're maybe gallons, I don't even know, but they're huge tubs of cottage cheese, and this is just regular, either small curd or large curd, 2% or whole milk. I don't really think there's much activity in fat-free cottage cheese because those words do not belong in the same sentence together. But it's just the plain old stuff, but it's the way of using it, new, like you're saying, new use occasions, blending it, spreading it. I'm not even going to talk about what else people are doing with it, but it's also the original high-protein dairy food that everyone, and we're not saying that either, and that's something that needs to be said, the original high-protein dairy food.
Well, they're making ice cream with it.
Well,
and if you haven't tried it yet, I would definitely recommend it. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're seeing it, right? We sell a lot of cottage cheese, and I'm happy for it because it's great for the gut. It's also a high protein product, and it really promotes California dairies, right?
Yeah.
So it's one of the greatest byproducts that could have been created, and especially for a retailer when there's trends on TikTok for it.
I'll give you one reuse occasion example. So for a butter category, for stick butter, my son and his girlfriend, who are millennial and Gen Z, however you want to slice it, they slice a pat of butter off and put it in their soup. Like they're adding a creamy texture to their soup. That is another use occasion for butter. That is to get another, tablespoon of butter put in every meal with soup. If you play it that way.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Every time I do one of these, I learn something or am caused to think of something I've never thought of before. I did not realize people are so passionate whether their potatoes are lumpy or unlumpy, and now I'm going to think about that the rest of the day. Is there anybody in the audience that has a question? Megan has a microphone for you. I'd love to make this a little more interactive if there's anything on your mind. There's one right behind you over there. Come back, yeah.
I have multiple people coming in. Just wondering the trends of people making food at home, right? Not eating out, wanting to create these things and become inventive with their products, have it be dairy or sea moss or whatever is trending. Do you see that trend continuing in the sense where people are now, I mean, we've already discussed looking at labels for things that they can actually pronounce as they go further?
Yeah, let me take that real quick because at Circana is now Circana and not IRI or NPD because it was the culmination of bringing those two companies together. And NPD had the food service side of the business, and IRI had the retail side of the business. When we look at percent of eating occasions at home versus away from home, it was trending at about 83-17, somewhere in there, 85-15. COVID hit, it goes up to about 88% of meal occasions eaten at home. It has hung in there at about 86% since COVID, and it just last month ticked up to 87%. So it's with prices that are hitting at food service, retail prices kind of, I won't say they're coming down, right, but they're easing. That trend is absolutely happening, and I think the good part of a pandemic, if there is a good part of a pandemic, is that it forced millennials and Gen Zs to learn how to cook.
Exactly. And that's the biggest thing is demystifying the kitchen, right? It's learning how to cook again. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, too, that once people got back into the kitchen, now they've recognized all the ways to explore that and all the fun of, and I think you might have asked the question earlier of the barista saying that you started to get into that and like you get to explore what is it like to make my own version of a latte and take it to the next level. It's almost like if you start to explore wine, right, you get into something. So I think it's a huge trend.
Just one more thing, sorry. We do a home audit. We have a group on the National Eating Trend side that has folks that talk about what they do at home, and we do a kitchen audit study where we look at what appliances are being used. Air fryers boomed in a big way. Ice cream makers boomed in a big way. So start to think again about how can you use dairy in an air fryer? I don't know, but think about use occasions. Think about preparation occasions.
That sounds dangerous, actually.
Cheese curds.
Cheese curds. There we go.
There you go.
Halloumi.
If anyone does have a question, just raise your hand. We'll bring you in. But there's one up here. Sorry, Megan, you're going to get some exercise.
I'm an athlete.
Megan beat me at the Dairy Dash today, so she should be tired. She'll be slow on the way up.
So this is maybe an oddball question, but you mentioned earlier alcohol sales are going down. People are consuming alcohol less. Is that good in terms of drinks that are being made with dairy products of any kind, or is it just not helping at all?
Is that me?
Yeah.
You want to talk alcohol?
I was just going to say, I think there's a huge downside to it because the sugar consumption has gone skyrocket with a lot of these beverages. And, you know, with alcohol, because I like wine, with alcohol, for the most part, you kind of know your limit because of the effects. But these non-alcoholic beverages, I mean, I've seen people have like a 6-pack of something that's in these mocktails, but you look at the sugar content on them, it's off the charts. So it's really no different than drinking a 6-pack of soda, of cola, with some of them. And some of them are even higher. I mean, it's a lot of sugar that is being disguised, I guess. And I think that there's going to be an issue there, but that's just me.
For alcoholic consumption it peaked, it went up at the pandemic, tail end of the pandemic, right? It stopped early, and then ice cream and novelties and alcohol all grew as we were kind of sequestered at home for longer periods of time. Yeah, it has come down a little bit, that's true, and it has waned a little bit. I would say it's still an opportunity, right? I mean, getting milk, the dude, right, drank White Russians, we need to bring the White Russian back so we can get milk into the bars, right? I mean, that can happen. That can absolutely happen. So I would go for every opportunity to get milk into products that consumers are eating and meeting them where they are.
And I think it's the added occasion idea, right? Is like, what's a new occasion, a new opportunity for milk? And I know like very high-end bartenders have always used milk for multiple drinks beyond the White Russian. And I think we've had contestants in the past that have made unbelievable ready-to-drink cocktails that had milk in it. So I think it is an opportunity.
And cream liqueurs. I mean, just, ready-to-drink eggnog, which I guess eggnog is all ready to drink, but why aren't we selling them in single serves with a little bit of whatever you put in there? Hoot. Hoot. Yeah. I like that. But that's it, yeah.
Sorry, I did want to add just one more thing about the alcohol sales going down. As a representative of the millennial generation, I would like to say, I do think that we're paying attention to our health, and we're just seeing that, like, if we're going to be consuming beverages on a social occasion, then why does it have to be something that's going to make me feel like garbage the next day, right? It could be something that is just as fun, could be functional, which in most cases a lot of them are. Those trends are really growing at rapid speeds, quite frankly, and not necessarily sugar loaded, but there's better ways to be social and feel better the next day rather than feeling like garbage. So I do think that, I think there's definitely a space for milk in some of these cocktails, or milk byproducts, AKA whey, and just functionality that is going to continue to grow, whether that's in alcohol or without. So
I think one piece there that could be interesting too is if anyone knows of the water brand Liquid Death, right? Like, it basically is like, looks really cool to drink it in a bar and became this huge thing, right? And so maybe there's an opportunity for milk with a ready to drink, or something where it looked cool that maybe didn't have alcohol in it. I remember a company we got exposed to named Slate Milk, and those guys, I remember talking to them. They were young guys, they're right out of school at the time, and they looked like they would probably go to a bar and have a lot of drinks. And just not to make a generalization, and they were like, no, like, we don't drink at all, and we're looking for a healthier way, and you know what we miss? Chocolate milk. And like, one of them had a lactose intolerance. And so what they did was they made a really good lactose-free chocolate milk, and then they branded the can just looked cool. Like it was like looked like something you want to open, and their sales are unbelievable.
The simple thing, you know, a glass of wine, a beer, that's it. No gummies here, but it's true that you guys are doing the gummies.
Look, from lumpy potatoes to gummies, I think we've covered it all. I want to thank all of you for joining us. A great panel. Thank you all for all your insights.
In a world hungry for wellness, innovation is the essential ingredient. The California Milk Advisory Board is once again leading the charge, blending two of California's finest assets, nutritious Real California milk and an unrivaled entrepreneurial spirit through the Real California Milk Accelerator. Welcome to the 6th annual Real California Milk Accelerator Final Pitch event, brought to you by the California Milk Advisory Board and Venture Fuel. Tonight, our 2024 cohort will compete for $30,000 in funding and resources, while one of our 2023 finalists will be crowned grand prize winner, receiving $100,000 to scale their business in California. Since 2018, we've supported dozens of dairy innovators on their journey to success, investing over $2.5 million in non-dilutive funding. Our alumni have become household names, stocking the shelves of major retailers like Walmart, Safeway, Whole Foods, and Sprouts, while driving nationwide demand for California dairy. In the booming wellness market, this year's impressive 7 trailblazers are redefining dairy's role in health and wellness. From protein-rich frozen desserts and functional energy boosters to innovative meal replacement solutions and convenient toddler nutrition, our finalists are pushing the boundaries of what dairy can do for our well-being. Because the future of dairy is more than innovation. It's about supporting our health and wellness. The journey towards a healthier future is what's next. And what's next is now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host for this evening's event, Fred Schonenberg.
Thank you. I like the intro from above. I was ready after the filming, the video there. Thank you all so much for coming this evening. I'm Fred Schonenberg. I'm the founder of Venture Fuel, and I could not be more excited to be here for the 6th Real California Milk Accelerator. Over these 6 years, we have accelerated over 50 companies that all have at least 50% dairy within them. And as you saw in the video, they're on shelves on all the major retailers. You can buy them online. They're all really driving what's next. And that's what this is all about. We have an unbelievable group of judges this evening that are going to be taking a look along with you at these 7 innovative finalists that are going to be pitching for $30,000. 4 of them will get that prize. And then we'll also be awarding tonight our grand prize winner from the 4 from last year. And this is a real big part of our program, is that once you get to that finals where you get the 4 prizing, you spend a year competing. And the way you compete is actually through sales. We wanted to make it very tangible that it's about actually driving revenue and demand for Real California dairy. So we could not be more excited about the finalists you're going to see and the program. And I'd like to invite John Talbot up to say a few words, who's the CEO of CMAB.
Thank you, Fred. So, on behalf of all of the California dairy farmers, I'd like to welcome you tonight and thank you for joining us. I thought I'd start with just a few fun facts on dairy. Some of you who are used to these kind of competitions probably aren't used to seeing them in dairy. Well, dairy is actually a huge industry. We are the largest producing dairy state in the country. And we produce, well, through 1,000 family-owned dairy farms, we produce 5 billion gallons of milk, which equates to about $58 billion in economic value that goes to the state, 180,000 jobs. And just to give you some visual perspective on that 5 billion gallons of milk, close your eyes for a second and think of Niagara Falls, okay? 2 minutes of flow, over Niagara Falls. That's how much milk we produce. So there's a lot there. But at any rate, I'm very excited. I had a chance earlier to sample some of the products and talk to some of the founders. Very excited about that. I know I've mentioned to a couple of you, I actually spent 5 years in the startup world. And I know it is not easy. So kudos to you all. Thank you. We are honored that you have taken up this challenge and that you are now part of the dairy family. So appreciate that. Looking forward to your pitches tonight. There are 4 winners, but you're all winners. And I know that sounds cliche, but I do mean that sincerely. We truly want you all to be successful, and we will do whatever we can to make that happen. So I believe it is time for the main event. So good luck and enjoy the show.
Thank you. I love what John said about, like, once you're here, you're part of the family. Earlier today, we had an exhibition hall that I know a lot of you got to go sample. We had over 25 companies sampling their products. And some of those companies were from our first or second accelerator class that did not win. But they continue to work with CMAB and get help through them and Venture Fuel to grow where they are today. So we really do have like sort of a cohort family approach to this. I'd like to introduce our judges. We spent a lot of time thinking about who should be part of this program, both from the mentor side. You saw a little bit about that. We had over 18 mentors helping the startups get from where they were at the beginning of the program till now. They each created TV commercials, which you're going to see to introduce them. But a big part was also we wanted to make sure we got a group of industry experts to validate, are these the best of what's next. So I'm going to introduce them. The audience, you will also have a chance to vote because we want to hear from you. So you'll be paying attention tonight. But let me just go left to right here. John Talbot, who was just here, you saw as the CEO of CMAB. He leads the efforts in innovation and consumer engagement to boost demand for California dairy. He has a background in global marketing, roles at the Almond Board, Procter & Gamble, and PepsiCo, as well as his startup background. So John, thank you for being here and bringing this to life. Noel Rosa. So I had told Noel this story before, but I remember tasting ice cream off the line for the very first time in my life, was with Noel, and it changed my entire life. It was delicious. So I can vouch for how good his ice cream is. He's the president of Rosa Brothers Milk Company. It's a 3rd-generation dairy farmer in Hanford, California, and the current vice chairman of the California Milk Advisory Board. Rosa Brothers Milk Company is a vertically integrated business located in Tulare, California, and they have been crafting glass-bottled milk and super premium ice cream since 2012. So thank you for being here, Noel. I'm going to jump out of order now. Donna Barry. So Donna is the only one, I don't know if you judged all 6 years, John, maybe we got you in there, but Donna is a 6th-time judge. So she is a fan favorite. She's editor, consultant, food scientist, and she is the owner of Dairy and Food Communications and her fantastic Berry on Dairy newsletter, which we go to at the start of the program to look for trends. That's how great it is. So Donna, thank you for being here again. John Crawford. John is the SVP of Client Insights for the dairy industry at Circana. He leads Circana's relationships with its top dairy clients and key dairy industry associations with a background in marketing leadership, innovation, new product development, category management. You have a lot of expertises. Category management and research. He is a recognized industry thought leader, and we're thrilled to have him here. Patricia Katowski, PK. So PK is the category strategy manager at Sprouts, where she crafts strategic plans to optimize product offerings and a background in retail and brand management. Thank you for being here. Chad Koester. So he is the chief growth officer at LA Libations. Chad is a senior consumer leader with experience building businesses, portfolio transformation across branding, product innovation, organizational design. I stalked Chad for years to get a meeting at some of his old jobs, so it's great to meet him in person. Thank you for being here as well. Elizabeth Crawford was just on stage moderating an unbelievable panel. She's the senior editor of Food Navigator USA. She's an influential news source in the food and beverage industry across categories. She has an unbelievable podcast you all should go listen to called Soup to Nuts. got a lot of good judges here. Carmen Lacone. So Carmen is the Director of Dairy Products and Technology Center at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Dr. Lacone is a cheese enthusiast and advocate for the dairy industry. She has an MS and PhD in agricultural science and engineering and has dedicated her research and academic passions to involve assisting dairy processing businesses to innovate. So thank you for being here. All of you will also be a judge. So I think if we jump to the next slide, so how are they gonna judge these startups? These are the 4 key criteria. And I sum these up in a kind of venture fuel way, which is we think about these as P's: product, process, potential, and people. Right? So any great startup needs a great team. It's the people part. You're going to see the founders on stage. You'll get to see them. There's slides behind it. When you get to potential, this is an innovation competition. How innovative is this product, and what is its potential? Process: is it a real business? Is it viable? Is it feasible? Is it repeatable, right? And then, of course, the product. I hope all y'all got to taste these amazing startups. That's always the best part, walking around and tasting them, and they're all delicious. So we're so excited. We are going to ask you to vote as a fan. We'll show you how to do that later on. But for now, I just want to kick the show off, and we're going to jump right into this.
Hi everyone, my name is Niket Soni and I am the founder of Toto. I want to start off by asking everyone here a question, just by a show of hands. Who has heard of this phrase before? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Most of us, right? Did you know that this was actually a marketing campaign back in the 20s, popularized by Kellogg's and General Mills to push cereal as the first meal of the day? Fast forward to today. I want to introduce you to Elizabeth. She's 34 years old. She is a busy working professional and she's a mom. This means that her mornings are chaotic. Time is of the essence. She barely has time to get her family breakfast, get everyone ready for the day, and she commutes 45 minutes in the mornings to go to work. That means she has no time for breakfast for herself. What does that mean? By 12 p.m. lunchtime, she values convenience, so she'll use a service like Uber Eats or DoorDash for lunch. By 6 p.m., she finally makes it home and says, you know what, I gotta try and be a little bit healthier. So she uses a service like HelloFresh. They send you ingredients, you cook it yourself. Home cooking is healthier. I know this because I was one of the founding employees at HelloFresh a long time ago. That's actually me with a little less facial hair, probably a little less wiser. And Elizabeth was the perfect demographic for that company. Everyone was out to solve for dinner. I looked around and said, why doesn't this exist for breakfast? I like to put people in these 3 categories. Either you're someone that makes breakfast at home, you're a grab-and-go person, or you eat cereal. If you're a cereal person, I would probably go and get my blood glucose checked. But the point of this slide is that there's very few options out there that hit all 4 of those categories. So we set out to solve for breakfast. 12 months of R&D later, we came up with Toto. In Spanish, Toto means everything or all. It's everything you need in one bottle. What you guys are tasting right now is our strawberry flavor. It's packed with enough protein and enough fiber to keep you full for up to 4 hours. We've made it super affordable and it's shelf stable. Our customers, we've been selling direct to consumer this past year, aren't just replacing breakfast, some of them are actually even replacing lunch, which is really good to see. Now, we're playing in the breakfast market, but we're specifically focused in on smoothies. Globally, and this includes Latin America and some Asian countries, it's poised to be about a $25 billion market by 2032. Now, let's not get this twisted. We are not a diet product. We're also not a fitness product. We are a lifestyle product. We're a replacement for breakfast. We like to put ourselves up against the behemoth in the room, which is Fairlife. Ounce for ounce, we have more protein, more fiber, and we have no artificial sweeteners. We're also going to keep you full. This is a high margin product. We know we can scale this, and with the growing trend of milk making a comeback, we know this can be successful. These are just some customer personas that we've found over the past year. Busy folks, people that value healthy living, and folks that value convenience and on the go. 65% of our customers are women. That number, 7,500, is actually just over 10,000, surprisingly, as of this morning. That's some good sales day today. We know that time for folks they crave tasty, healthy, and convenient meals. Now, here's where California comes in. We looked around our existing order data and found that 25% of our orders were already from California, which is really good to see. We know there's a target demographic here. A couple of months ago, we did a sampling event in San Francisco where we asked folks, if you see two products on the shelf, one has an RCM seal on it and one doesn't, which one would you pick? 68% of them said they would pick the local product. Our short-term goals, we've already, with the help of CMAB, found a bottling potential manufacturer in Stalify and Symmetry. So we're looking to move our operations to California. We also want to launch retail and 10x our current volume. We're going to be launching 3 new flavors to start, vanilla, chocolate, also redoing berry, and a couple other ones later this year. Can't do it alone, so we have a really good team of angel investors and advisors. They have experience in HelloFresh, Chobani, Flexport, so we have D2C and CPG veterans. We're out to solve breakfast. Our vision is that Toto can be the go-to breakfast alternative, not just in the US, but globally as well. Thank you.
Good job, good job. All right, I'm going to turn it over to the judges. Who has a question? I also haven't been on this side of the stage yet today. Okay. Chad.
Yeah, real quick, great presentation. How did you land at 25, was it 25 or 22 grams?
25 grams of protein.
What was the thought process there?
We compared it to Fairlife. We had a smaller bottle, so that's the benchmark that I wanted to beat. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Donna.
Well, you sold me on it's very good. So. Can you tell me the ingredients?
So the base is 2%.
All the ingredients.
There's quite a few ingredients. 2% low-fat milk is the top one. 60% of our formulation is fluid milk, so it's a huge portion of it. Milk protein concentrate is where the majority of the protein comes from. We have a fruit and vegetable blend in there for the fiber, oat fiber powder, coconut milk powder, Irish sea moss. We have some stabilizers, gel and gum. We have natural sweeteners, so stevia and monk fruit, and a couple other smaller ingredients that are less than 1%, including natural strawberry flavor.
What's the shelf life? You said it was shelf stable.
1 year.
John.
You mentioned Fairlife, which is on a tear right now, growing like crazy. How would you describe the comparison of the two, and how do you beat them?
Yeah, obviously they're an amazing product. They have such a huge organic following out there. They're hard to beat. We've differentiated our product in 2 ways. One, we've really increased the fiber content. So scientifically, what keeps you full is a combination of protein and fiber. Fairlife has about 1 gram, maybe less than 1 gram of fiber. We have 6 grams, so that's one big thing. And the second big thing is we don't use any artificial sweeteners. So we want to try and keep the label as clean and natural as possible. So we went with stevia and monk fruit. They're obviously amazing competitor, one can only aspire to be as big as them, but we think we've differentiated enough to really capture another part of the market.
And how do you compete with their distribution clout through Coke?
Hopefully you have some connections with PepsiCo. It's really, obviously we're brand new and we're only selling D2C, but I think getting into retail is the first step. we know that products like these, meal replacement drinks, at scale, which is about 3 to 4 years down the road, we want to be about 60% retail and 40% direct to consumer. That's a really good balance. So that's what we're aiming to do with this.
Elizabeth.
As a D2C product, initial consumer trial can be really hard. Can you talk a little bit about your strategy and how you're engaging with new shoppers?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of this comes from my experience at HelloFresh. They're a really good D2C company. They kind of paved the way for a lot of companies to come after them. We instituted basically a free box. So we said, first 6 bottles are free, we'll pay for the shipping, we'll cover the cost of the product, and you're gonna come back because you're gonna really like it. So we put them on a subscription. But when you're just strictly D2C and online, you have to do it by just giving away free product. You gotta eat the cost of shipping. Because folks can't go to the retail store and just get one. So here's 6.
Chad.
I just had a build on Donna's question. Do you see your products sitting in Sprouts or Whole Foods? Are they compliant from an ingredient standpoint?
Yes, yeah. Nothing in there that's banned. Yeah.
What about the C-store channel? Have you explored that? Or how about vending, or universe campuses?
Yeah, it's all on the table. I think B2B is something that's unexplored for us. We focus just on D2C so far, just getting the product out there with one SKU and one flavor. But B2B is something that's definitely worth exploring, even through offices and stuff like that. It's a shelf-stable product. You stock it in your office, and everyone can just have it for breakfast. And also campuses as well. I think it's a huge potential opportunity.
Do you have something, John?
I have a couple things, but is it better refrigerated or shelf stable? How are folks drinking it? Are they refrigerating it and then drinking it?
So the way we say it is you should enjoy it. It's enjoyed best cold. And that's one of the reasons is that drives further, people, when it's not in the fridge, they'll order more versus being in the pantry, people forget about it. Better for order rates.
I just actually want to say it's really good. It's not
Thank
chalky like a lot of high-protein drinks are,
Yeah.
so it's really impressive that you got that much in there.
Yeah.
Does it settle? Do you need to shake?
Yes, we do encourage shaking before opening.
I can't remember. Did you say, is it lactose-free?
This one is not, but the next 3 flavors we're going to launch will have lactase in it, so it'll be good for the lactose-free crowd.
No.
The $3.99 price point that you had listed on there, was that your goal when you scaled to 10x, or is that actually something that you can achieve right now?
It's at scale. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dylan, and like many of you in this room, health and wellness is extremely important to me. Despite being a former Division I athlete and always trying to be healthy, my biggest weakness, like many of you, is my sweet tooth. I just love sweet treats. In an attempt to stay healthy while satisfying those cravings, I've tried a wide range of products, ranging from protein cookies, protein cakes, and even homemade concoctions like mixing Greek yogurt and protein powder together. But all these products always left me feeling like this. They all tasted terrible and did not provide for an enjoyable experience. I was tired of this. So I decided to roll up my sleeves and I head to the kitchen. I even quit my job and enrolled in Harvard Business School with the goal of creating a product that was not only nutritious, but would be one that you would look forward to enjoying. Introducing Pluff, a creamy, delicious, nutritious, high-protein treat. Made from high-quality ingredients like Greek yogurt, heavy cream, and whey protein whipped together, Pluff provides consumers with a texture unlike anything else. Each 4-ounce serving provides consumers with 22 grams of protein, less than 4 grams of sugar, all below 200 calories. Our irresistible flavors like Cookies and Dreams, which you are having right now, and Peanut Butter Cocoa Cloud presents an all-in-one experience for consumers where you wish that each spoonful wasn't your last. Whether it's after your workout or after your meal, Pluff allows you to satisfy your sugary cravings with a product that you can truly enjoy. Pluff is unlike any other product. We're not like boring yogurt cups, sugary desserts, or low-quality puddings. We're Pluff, a category creator set to lead the charge in the high-protein treat market. And the time to launch is now. Total annual consumer spend on high-protein dairy has seen an increase from $1.2 billion to $1.6 billion in 2024. Consumers are demanding more nutritious treat options, and this can be seen in the numerous products launched internationally in the last 3 years. We want Pluff to be the first in North America. Our go-to-market strategy is simple. Our number one goal is to be in retail, given the refrigerated nature of our product as we target active lifestyle consumers. We plan to initially launch in specialty retail stores, then expand into college campuses as Pluff is a perfect grab-and-go treat, and lastly, expand into larger retailers. We see California as the perfect target market for our initial launch and production. Containing over 80% dairy-based ingredients, this provides a great opportunity to source a wide range of high-quality products. Additionally, fitness runs deep among consumers here. Unlike cheap, low-quality products or extremely expensive products, Pluff sits right in the middle as a high-value product priced at $3.50. With a production cost of about $1 per unit, this provides healthy margins for all of our partners as we scale. The love for Pluff has been non-stop as consumers rate our product extremely high on taste and have left numerous reviews as they eagerly await our launch. We've also generated incredible momentum over the past 3 months, partnering with fitness studios and gyms like F45, selling over 500 units to date, and even securing a $35,000 investment to help with our launch. Pluff is ready for retail shelves. We've been able to validate consumer demand, we've received early interest from buyers, and are now in search of our manufacturing partner. We believe that working closely with the CMAB team to secure the seal and secure the right partner will set us up on the path for success. My background in investment banking, coupled with my team's knowledge in CPG, makes us the perfect combination to execute and scale this vision. At Pluff, our goal is to create a consumer experience unlike anything else. Join us in our journey as we make nutrition enjoyable one spoonful at a time. Thank you.
Great job, great job. All right, judges. Carmen.
Thank you very much. My first question is, why is your target audience 25 to 30 years old?
So initially when we launched, or since I've been speaking to my consumers, these are the ones that are most responsive to the product. That 25 to 30 demographic, think of the folks that go to Barry's or the folks that go to F45. They tend to have a much higher disposable income and also are very, very much into fitness and lifestyle today.
Thank you.
Donna.
It looked like you had pint products there, and yet we're having a what package size are you currently selling in, and how many servings are per that package?
Currently sell single servings, 4-ounce servings right now, so novelty. and each unit sells for, I've been able to sell each unit for $5 per unit, but at retail, the plan is to sell at $3.50 per unit.
And that's this.
Yes, 4 ounce serving that you
But
have.
what
right?
did I see up there? Didn't those look like pints?
That was probably just like a graphic design.
Okay.
Yes.
John.
So in your write-up, you say it's not pudding, it's not
Correct.
yogurt. Okay. How would you describe what it is?
I like to say it's unlike anything else because it's very hard for consumers to understand the product right off the bat because the goal of Pluff is to create something that doesn't exist today, right? We're not pudding because pudding tends to be more higher in carbs. We're not fully Greek yogurt, but it's like this that in between component, but we also are an aerated product that has higher volume and the consistency and texture like we've been hearing today is unlike anything people have tried.
Following up on that, what category would, if you were to meet with a retailer, what category would you say,
Pluff is?
Where should we put this in the store?
I see it as a specialty dessert item, so I would see it right in the middle between Greek yogurt and where pudding cups land. There's that sweet spot where consumers come to that section looking for unique dessert options, and that's where we would play.
Elizabeth.
I can appreciate that it's something that nobody has tried before and the excitement of novelty. But in an economy like we have right now, even with your demographic and their discretionary spending, it can be really hard to convince somebody to try something new for $5 or $3.50 a pop. So in the cases when you're not there to tell them about it, how are you telling them through the packaging or your marketing what this product is and how to use it?
On my social media, on what has been like moving customers is the fact that they're just tired of the same types of products. Everyone is tired of the same chalky, dry, disgusting protein bars and the same bland protein shakes that they have. And when they see our product and they try it, they're like, wow, this is different. Like I would replace what I'm eating right now with this, or I would supplement what I'm eating right now with our product. And that's the message that we've been driving on our socials, and it's been working.
What is your current distribution? Where?
So currently, I'm an early stage business. I do direct to consumer out of Boston right now. I've been selling on my college campuses. I do gym pop-ups. I'm just a hustler, just trying to make it happen. That's the honest truth.
John.
What's the fat content in it?
Fat content, 4.5 grams.
I'm glad this is for younger consumers because I'm old. There's no chance to read that.
My apologies.
I can't believe I'm one of those people now because I always made fun of the older people when they couldn't read anything. But
oh my God,
wow! So
okay, 22 grams of protein, 4.5 grams of fat.
Great, thank you.
No problem.
And it is cold chained, right?
Yes, refrigerated.
Shelf life?
Shelf life right now is about 30 days, but at scale we see it as probably 70 to 90 days because the biggest component is the Greek yogurt, and from talking to manufacturers, they say they could get it up to 90 days. We use potassium sorbate as a preservative.
So it's not Whole Foods compliant?
With the potassium sorbate specifically?
Well, that or what else?
I'm not sure if Whole Foods doesn't allow potassium sorbate, but other than that, all of my ingredients are Whole Foods compliant.
Are there live and active cultures still in here, or are you heat processing it in any way to kill those babies in the Greek yogurt?
No heat processing at this time. So.
All right. Amazing. Great job.
Thank you guys so much.
Imagine yourselves as a 14-year-old kid. You're unhealthy. You're pre-diabetic. You are suffering from a lot of insecurity. and you have nowhere to go. You have no guidance. You decide to make a change, however, you don't know where to start. So you develop an eating disorder. You become malnourished. You become frequently in the hospital due to a weakened immune system, and it's all downhill. I don't have to imagine this. I was this kid. When I met the right group of people, it changed my life. I was introduced to proper nutrition, a high-protein diet, and I went on to become a professional natural bodybuilder. Through this journey, I realized I was struggling to consume enough protein in my day, but I was drinking loads of coffee to stay energized. I started adding protein powder into my coffee, and that inspired me to create Projo, a high-protein coffee made with all natural ingredients, and that's what you're sampling right now, our chocolate and our vanilla flavor. I became obsessed with helping others to stay energized and live a healthier lifestyle, and that's became the core value of our mission at Projo. I soon realized I was not alone in my problem of not consuming enough protein in my day. According to the CDC, 1 of every 2 adult Americans are not consuming enough protein. Yet, 3 in 4 people are drinking at least 1 cup of coffee each day. We're using coffee as the vehicle to deliver high-quality protein and nutrition to our bodies. Each can of Projo has 23 grams of protein, 225 milligrams of caffeine, no added sugar, and is lactose-free. Our first version of Projo was a ready-to-drink perishable bottle. We soon transitioned to an instant packet to scale our distribution, which is available nationwide in stores and has taken off. Now, with the help of the CMAB team, our dream of making a shelf-stable, ready-to-drink Projo is finally come true with the resources and their assistance. We source the best ingredients in the world from our organic coffee derived from Colombian farms, marine collagen derived from wild Alaskan cod, coffee fruit extract, lactase enzymes. But the real hero is our milk. Who adds milk in coffee? Everyone's gonna raise their hand. What better way to consume more milk than through coffee? It's the perfect pairing. We're California natives. Our business is rooted in California. Most of our business is here in California. So we are proud to be able to have the opportunity to represent California milk, representing our seal on our can as the only ready-to-drink coffee on the market with the seal, help benefit our farmers and grow the California dairy economy, and help make consumers healthier in the meantime. It's a win-win for everyone. Our target consumers, busy individuals, working professionals, health conscious, trying to make better choices. Of course, coffee lovers, active, exercising individuals, people just looking to make better choices and the best options for their bodies.
Projo has had incredible traction. In our first 2 years of existence, we sold over 70,000 bottles of our perishable Projo drink. We recently launched our instant packets that you saw there, and they are in almost 100 locations.
So we're ending the year strong with 150K projected sales through our nearly 100 store partners such as Sprouts Farmers Markets, gyms, independent grocery stores, as well as online. And this perfectly positions us going into next year by launching this ready-to-drink shelf-stable can. We already have letters of interest and purchase orders from banners such as Kroger, as well as UFC gyms, as well as companies such as Adobe and Snapchat. And we just got a new customer today, Roundhouse. We met the buyer upstairs, and he wants to carry our ready-to-drink cans when we launch. And that's going to perfectly position us to grow our distribution in the years to come. Compared to the competition, we're higher in protein, higher in caffeine. We use organic coffee, and of course, we use Real California milk. Our team consists of myself, my co-founder, and my beautiful fiancée, Lisa, who was also our first customer, and a diverse group of advisors and investors.
As part of our mission to make an impact, a positive impact in the world, we have donated and partnered with corporations and organizations that support those who are in dire need all throughout the world.
Stop you there, because you're over time. Of course, as you're talking about the philanthropic, like amazing thing, I'm like, stop talking.
We're done.
Really cool, Fred. Really cool. Sorry.
It's okay.
Great job. I'm going to turn it over to the judges here. John, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I got to ask a question everybody wants to ask. What's the asterisk for?
It's actually just for aesthetic purposes. We dropped the E and put an asterisk, trying to be different.
Come up with something better. Maybe it's milk.
Yeah, Carmen.
Okay.
So my question is, why digestive enzymes? And what type, and like what's the benefit of it? And what happens when are they still alive and doing something?
Yeah,
in the
great
coffee?
question. So our packets are using a digestive enzyme blend that helps break down the proteins, the fats, the carbs, and the sugars and the lactase. So this helps you absorb the nutrients better. In our ready-to-drink, since it's heat processed, we can only use lactase. And that goes through a process of hydrating for over 24 hours to ensure it completely pulls out the sugars and ensures it's lactose-free. So our ready-to-drink is going to be lactose-free, just so it help, most people are drinking lactose-free milk. It upsets normal milk upsets their stomach. So we want to be inclusive to everybody to be able to drink our product. So that's why it's lactose-free, and that was the most important thing for us.
John.
So I'm a big Bullet coffee fan. How is this different, and why is it better?
Yeah, good question. So Bulletproof was doing the keto thing with high fats and really focusing on MCT oils and butters, and they're high calories. So we're not necessarily trying to do what they did, because they're addressing a single audience of keto folks. And what happens if you're not on a keto diet and you're drinking all like this Bulletproof coffee, you're adding more calories and fats than you should be. So it's counterproductive. We are a lower sugar, actually no added sugar, lower carb, lower fat product, with our focus being protein. That's our focus. Their focus was more so on the fats. So that's how we're different.
Yeah.
Two quick questions for you, both on the ingredients. One, tell me about the marine collagen. What was the decision there? And then the 225 milligrams is about 3 times the average cup of coffee. So
Yeah, that's a good question. So after doing thousands of demos and talking to our customers firsthand, we realized that people wanted more caffeine. We started at around 100 milligrams of caffeine. And then after talking to a lot of people, seeing what they're consuming, how much coffee they're consuming, how much energy drinks they're consuming, we realized if we put a sufficient amount of caffeine in our product, they just need to drink 1 can and be energized for many hours, and it's sustained energy, and they don't need to resort to drinking other energy drinks or more coffee. So it's just more convenient and efficient to have that much in just 1 can in one sitting. Your second question about marine collagen, that is derived from wild Alaskan cod. So we specifically chose that over bovine because, again, after talking to a bunch of people, a lot of people had problems with, I guess, digesting the bovine collagen. It upset their stomach for some reason. Also, the fish collagen is higher in nutrients and vitamins and minerals, just because it's just from how it's sourced through the fish as opposed to the cow. So we wanted to really focus on that, and it's specifically for joint support, bone health, bone density, being a type 2 collagen.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Are we drinking the ready-to-drink or the powdered mix? What do we have here?
They're ready to drink.
PK.
Yeah. Can I ask, what did you change about the refrigerated bottle as you went into your shelf? This is a shelf-stable product. As you went into the shelf-stable can.
Yeah, good question. So our refrigerated product was using egg white protein at the time, and we were still early on, so we did not have the resources to be able to scale a perishable product, or even put in to create a shelf-stable product at the time. So we thought the quickest way for us to pivot and scale our business was to create an instant packet. And we also, again, received tons of feedback
from people wanting to take our product with them while they're on the go, while they travel, So that was the perfect solution at the time. Now we have the opportunity to make our product, our ready-to-drink, shelf-stable, and we are now so excited to do that. It's been, a goal of ours.
It also has higher protein. Our original had 12 grams of protein, which is the same as our packets, and then now we're at 23 grams of protein.
And follow up to that question, are you suggesting that it is served cold?
Yes. Tastes better cold.
And are the cans in distribution? This is a canned product. This is a shelf-stable canned product.
Right. It is not yet in distribution. We're aiming to launch it in February.
Percent milk in there?
It's closer to 60% milk.
And the packet is equivalent to how much of a can?
In terms of caffeine or protein?
Both.
Oh, so the packets are 12 grams of protein, which is about 11 grams less than a can. And the caffeine in a packet's 175 milligrams compared to 225.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. That was awesome.
Thank you, everybody.
Does that not fire you up? What's up, y'all? I'm Joe. This is Drew, and we are your new protein dealers. Just over a year ago, I was training for my very first marathon, and after one of my toughest workouts, I was craving just one thing: ice cream. So here I am, drenched in sweat in the cold freezer aisle. Now, I'm a big nutrition label guy, so I am pulling out every pint of ice cream to see which one had the most amount of protein, except all of them were loaded with crap. I thought to myself, how could this be? Ice cream is made from dairy. Dairy is a good source of protein. Where's the protein in ice cream? I go home disappointed to eat my go-to dessert, a bowl of cottage cheese, and that's when I realized this is not as fun as eating ice cream. How has nobody cracked the code on high-protein ice cream, and how is there no such thing as frozen cottage cheese? Introducing Froco, the world's first and only frozen cottage cheese. Half the fat, half the calories, and the most protein per any pint. Our Froco is a complete game changer. We are creating a new and much-needed category in the frozen dessert aisle, and I know that because I ate a pint of smear case every single day while training for the New York City Marathon.
Whoa. Back it up, Mocha Joe. So you're telling us that in less than 1 year, you went from making this in your sister's crammed little apartment to having the hottest product at the fancy food show, and now you're a finalist in the CMAB Accelerator? And today, Smearcase is in nearly 100 stores across 3 states? Can someone say holy traction?
Drew Barry, we all know that store count growth is just one metric. The real question is, do people actually like frozen cottage cheese? And the answer is a resounding yes. Our Froco is universally loved by even the most traditional ice cream purists. But listen, don't take my word for it. Just go read one of the articles we've been featured in, or go check out one of the viral videos on our social media. And if you don't have time for that, just take a look at our store ranking from Pop-Up Grocer this summer.
So who are your new protein dealers anyway? Well, Joe and I make a great duo, and that's got a lot to do with the fact that this is not our first rodeo. We actually met several years ago while running our own clothing brands in the city. And together, I know we look young, but we collectively have nearly 20 years of professional experience in corporate and brand strategy. And more importantly, Joe and I have surrounded ourselves with an incredible advisor network made up of folks from academia, CPG, venture, and we are so honored to have the CMAB and Venture Fuel as part of that ecosystem. All right, it's not just because we're great. It has a lot to do with the fact that we have a better tasting, better for you, truly functional product. Smack dab between several macro trends like permissible indulgence, the increasing need for protein in our daily diets, and the explosion of viral cottage cheese recipes. These tailwinds have put a spotlight on Smearcase and have propelled demand for our Froco. I know what you're thinking. What the hell is Smearcase anyway, right? What does that mean? Well, it's simply an homage to our not-so-secret ingredient. It means cottage cheese. This timer's killing me. It means cottage cheese in German, and it was used by 19th century Americans. It is impossible to ignore and impossible to forget. I know what you're thinking. Not bad for a couple New Yorkers. But what about California? Well, we've always known we wanted to be a bi-coastal brand, and we are constantly reminded, you should really bring this out west.
Well, with the help of the CMAB, we are cutting our timeline in half. By the end of the year, we will have the seal on our pints. And today, we are proud to announce that Smearcase will officially debut at Expo West. That's not it. That's not it. We have 23 seconds. We're going to be launching in California this March with retail launches in Sprouts. So how does our Froco drive demand for California dairy? Together, we're championing the resurgence of dairy in the American diet, and our Froco exemplifies dairy as a source of nutritional value. Thank you.
All right, judges, what do you think? Who wants to go first?
Just a comment, the product tastes phenomenal.
Oh, thank you.
I was a little
Really
skeptical,
appreciate that.
and it tastes really good.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Did you say how many calories in a pack?
It's 450 in our vanilla and up to 570 in the peanut butter.
Per pint or per serving?
Per pint. Yeah,
Really?
per pint. So it's about half the calories, half the fat, depending on who you're comparing us to, half the sugar.
Donna.
Are you purchasing cottage cheese from somebody and getting it transported to a co-packer who's
Yes.
turning it into ice cream?
Yes, unfortunately, that is what we're doing, but we would love to do that here with you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, part of our initiative to be in California is to solidify the supply chain for cottage cheese. We know it's in demand. It's top of mind for us. We're constantly thinking about it. And listen, cottage cheese, how many comebacks can cottage cheese make? You know, this stuff is here to stay. So we want to champion the resurgence of this incredible ingredient. And listen, we're the first brand to use cottage cheese as an ingredient in food. We're not going to be the last. We're paving the way for not only other Froco brands, which by the way, we have trademarked, but we're also paving the way for other categories. So we want to drive other brands to use California dairy for their innovations.
You trademarked Froco?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Donna.
We have 4 trademarks.
Come on. You have ice cream, you have Froyo, and now you finally have Froco.
That's impressive, though. I mean, you thought ahead to do that.
We're building a moat.
Carmen.
Is that your only source of protein that you have in the ice cream?
So cottage cheese represents the large majority, but collagen is included, which is kind of a triple threat ingredient. It helps with mouthfeel, it helps with stabilization, so we use no gums, and then it also boosts the protein.
Along with milk.
Along with milk, of course. Yeah, 80% of the product is cottage cheese and milk. I think that's...
Whole Foods compliant?
Yeah, we're...
Sprouts compliant.
We were just approved by both Whole Foods and Sprouts, our products for next year to be launched in March of Q1.
How much does a pint cost? How much does it cost to make a pint?
Each pint it ranges, depending on retailer, from $8.99 to about $9.99, and our margins range from 30 to 40%.
What's route to market? How are you guys thinking about that?
It's a great question. I have a slide for you.
The playbook that we're building in New York, that's our backyard right now. We see it in three sort of
Playbooks.
Yeah.
3 prongs.
So a big part of that playbook strategy is brand activations, showing up where our community is, group workouts, run clubs, community wellness events, entrepreneurship groups. We're showing up to create that bond. We're tribal creatures as humans. We love breaking bread. We love sharing laughter. What better way to do that over ice cream? Second part of that is target ads. Our social media and our cost per click efficiency, super high. We know we're not a DTC brand, we don't want to be, but we want to drive traffic to the store, and we're doing that through social media. And then the third way we're doing that is store demos. We're activating in store, catching people in their shopping habits, getting them to taste. Once they taste it, you know the deal.
John.
So I get the Schmierkäse auf Deutsch, okay? But in English, Schmierkäse, what is that? It just sounds kind of weird.
It directly translates to spreadable cheese, and it's used in reference to cottage cheese. It's still used today in Maryland and Pennsylvania in reference to cottage cheese and cottage cheese-based desserts. It's been very polarizing. We've had people, double take, but at the trade show, at demos, it breaks necks. Like, people are just like, what is that? And then they try it, and that doesn't even matter anymore.
Well,
So
if the name is being used like that, can you trademark it?
It's trademarked, John. So is your new protein dealer. This isn't our first rodeo. We're fashion guys, like the brand equity that we're trying to build. Like we have aspirations to be a household brand. And in New York, we're becoming a household brand to our customers that we're growing that tribe.
Hey, I'm just going to make one suggestion. Don't use the word ice cream when you're speaking about the product. Focus on the Froco and focus on the Schmierkäse to build that. And because it's not ice cream by standard of identity, I don't believe you can even call it that. So really focus on a frozen dairy dessert. It's Froco. Yes. I mean, if you trademark the names, use them, damn it.
Yeah, but I'm going to counter you just a little bit there.
Sure.
You want it to be the texture of ice cream, and it performs like ice cream. So that is really important. If you call it a non-dairy dessert or something like that.
I didn't say non-dairy. I said a
dairy dessert. Sorry.
Frozen dairy.
I'm okay with. I understand what you're saying.
But you can't call it.
We updated our packaging to remove ice cream because the butterfat content is lower.
Yeah, so it'll say Froco, slightly bigger. We're removing packed. It'll say big and bold, 44, protein. Hopefully the seal's there. A couple of small changes.
I just think if you're going to build a category, you're creating a new category, focus on that. And don't confuse, because actually I don't think it tastes or melts or has the mouthfeel of ice cream. It's different in a positive way, not in a bad way. True. But you want to make sure that people know that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
All right, judges, we have time for one more question.
44 grams of protein per package?
Per pint? Yeah. Thanks. About 15 in a serving.
That was a quick question. We have time for one more question. Elizabeth. I saw two people. Did you have anything? No? All right, gentlemen, great job.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Are those not the coolest shot bottles you've ever seen. Looks like our Arthur Murray dance lessons are starting to pay off. Hi, my name is Josh. This is my wife, Rachel Kwa. We are the co-founders of Stellify. 40 years, we've been developing products for other companies. Stellify means becoming a star. We've developed multiple stars in the last 40 years through product development and co-packing for some of these stars. Products like Monster, Perrier, Califia. So we decided, you know what? It's our turn. I want to introduce to you Stellify 2-ounce energy, health, and wellness shots. One of the first problems that we ran into in developing this product was to find a 2-ounce shot bottle that could withstand 245 degrees Fahrenheit for 1 hour in a pressure cooker. We found out that that doesn't exist. So we decided to work with Amcor and develop our own bottle that could handle that, and that's what we did here. So we own the mold. We are currently in the process of trademarking the bottle as we speak. When we started this project, we had one flavor, espresso coffee. But then we got involved with California Milk through Chapman University, and of course, we ended up developing 2 new products, a vanilla milk and a chocolate milk product, which contains 99% lactose-free Real California milk. The ingredients are very, very simple. There's only 4. And so, of course, we start off with the lactose-free milk from California. We have a licensing agreement with Coffee Berry Energy for energy, L-theanine for cognitive health, and theobromine for clarity. So the energy market's a $20 billion industry right now, and it's going to be $30 billion with a B in 2030. So, this market is dominated by a couple national brands like 5 Hour Energy and Red Bull, and Monster as well. So we know, and we think that the retortable proprietary bottle that we have will be the differentiator in competing with these brands. Our target market's 25 to 54, active lifestyles, and of course the demand for on-the-go beverages. The portability, I think, is the critical part of this. You can take it on airplanes. Our go-to market strategy is to start with a soft launch on our website at drinkstellify.com. We are going to do a soft launch in northern Southern California with some boutique grocery stores. We will then expand into club stores. We have some contacts at the LA concessions. And of course, we're open to doing a private label with this proprietary bottle that we have. This is our biggest advantage. We manufacture our own products. So we can make 5 bottles, we can do 5,000 bottles, or we can do 500,000 bottles. We control our own destiny. We have a manufacturing facility in Southern California with a lot of experience in retort aseptic manufacturing. I want to thank CMAB, Venture Fuel, for the opportunity to be able to sell lactose-free California milk 2 ounces at a time. Thank you very much.
Right, great job, great job. Judges, put them on the spot.
Quick question on the caffeine. What is the caffeine?
It's 140 milligrams.
Okay.
And it's from natural, from coffee cherry. a lot of people don't know this, but coffee bean comes from actually a fruit. And the partner that we're licensing the natural caffeine from actually has repurposed this fruit into a natural caffeine. So it's a great ingredient within our product.
Futureceutical owns the brand
Coffee Cherry.
Coffee Cherry. And so we're allowed to use that on all of our products.
Donna.
Why did you choose to use, other than this contest and that you had to have 50% more milk, why did you choose to use milk as a carrier in this product? Because there's very little protein in here, so what is the value in it?
Well, the value in it is that milk is delicious and nutritious. And we're able to actually add that on with the nootropics. And as we learned today with Lauren Twigg, we essentially are kind of hitting a lot of the innovation in the marketplace, and milk is a part of that.
And I appreciate that, but I mean, there's just so little in here. How much of that nutrition is actually coming through?
Milk is just a carrier.
Okay.
Basically, you know, the bottle is our trade secret. And then so we're developing products. We already have a collagen product with 3,000 milligrams in a 2-ounce shot. And it'll be a pink bottle. So we're developing products around that proprietary bottle. And that's our marketing advantage, is that bottle.
And it's shelf stable?
It's shelf stable, 12-month shelf life.
And we are competing, again, with other brands out there like the 5-Hour Energy in that same size. And that's really like a market leader right now in terms of the energy drink. So we actually have an advantage there with having milk as a good base.
And the product works. You saw the smear case, guys. They took those shots right before they
It's a happy energy, not a jittery energy.
Yes.
Oh, that was awesome. Any other questions? PK?
I have a question, yeah. So why are you in this competition? What's next?
Well, we are planning a Q1 launch. As Josh mentioned, we are working on an e-commerce platform with drinkstellify.com. And we have a number of avenues that we're going to tap into, including some of our networks in the buyer and retailer space. And, you know, we've got a lot of avenues to go
Well, we
into.
also have some line extensions that, like I said, the collagen product. We've also developed a hydration concentrate so that you can take it with you on an airplane and just open it up and pour it into a 12-ounce bottle of water so that you would have 1,000 milligrams of sodium, 500 milligrams of potassium, and 50 milligrams of magnesium for hydration for those long trips. So we already have a bunch of products kind of lined up as product line extensions.
Which also includes coffee lattes in an 8-ounce aluminum can. And they will be able to carry the seal because we have more than 50% of California milk in it. And we are going to be utilizing the 2% lactose-free milk. And being manufacturers, we have the ability to actually turn milk into lactose-free.
Are you using fluid milk, or are you getting powdered in and rehydrating it?
It's fluid.
Ben won't let us use powdered milk.
Just checking. Just checking. You guys sure are creative.
Good for Ben.
Yeah.
How much is it?
John?
It's going to be $3.69, and our cost is around 54 cents. And once we get the next mold, we'll reduce the cost of the bottle by 10 cents, so it'll drop it down to 44 cents.
My Sprouts colleague needs to close her ears. Why the private label strategy so early in your launch?
Because Ben said we should say that.
I mean, if you've got a proprietary bottle, if it goes to private label, it's no longer proprietary, right? I mean, if you have to do private label in this bottle, it becomes their bottle.
Yeah. The one customer that we're talking to right now is Costco under the Kirkland brand.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah. That's a little, I know. That's okay, right?
Because our product will be right next to it.
Any other questions? Yes, Elizabeth.
You're going up against some really well-established legacy players, and I see that you say energy shot on the back, or on the front, and then on the back, you mentioned the nootropics. To what extent are you planning on leaning into the mood, food, and the cognitive, and the heart health, and the other benefits?
From a marketing standpoint, we really need to, this is our first round of labels. So we're already going to make some changes on the labels to really push the nootropics aspect of this, as well as the flavor. If you taste the vanilla flavor, it almost tastes like, I'm sure a bunch of you guys tasted it today, and we're going to rebrand it Dulce de Leche, because it tastes like the retort process really caramelizes the milk and makes it really a unique flavor. So we're super excited about rebranding that. So to your point, yes, there's some things that we need to do to really show some of the other attributes of the product.
Okay.
Is there anyone else in the market using milk as a carrier in the energy shot or drink space?
Not that we know of here in the United States because of the bottle. There's no other retortable low-acid bottles in the market today. And again, we think that's a huge advantage for us.
So just out of curiosity, why shelf-stable instead of refrigerated, since it is a milk product?
I think if you look at the shelves, if you look at the refrigeration space in all the grocery stores, they used to be from here to here, and now it's about from here to here, and I'm not supposed to cross that line, but it's only this big now. And so we see that shelf stables where everything's headed. So we wanted to do a low acid, shelf stable product. Doesn't exist today.
And it's more cost effective because otherwise you'd have to have your product through cold chain from start to finish. And it's going to be a huge cost even for distributors and retailers to make sure they have warehouse space that's in a refrigerated section for the product. So at least with it being shelf stable, you can actually put it in an ambient location of your store or as part of the refrigerated section.
And most refrigerated products only have 90 to 120 day shelf life anyways. So ours is 12 months.
Great. Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
The way you indulge with True Joy yogurt, frozen Greek yogurt. Made simply with Greek yogurt and real California milk, True Joy yogurt is luxuriously creamy and, of course, divinely delicious. Every spoonful is naturally packed with protein and millions of live and active probiotic cultures, providing you with functional nutrition so that you can live your best life. True Joy yogurt makes the healthy choice the easy one. So pick up a spoon and find True Joy.
Evening, everyone. I'm Charlie Gentry, the founder of True Joy Yogurt, a frozen Greek yogurt company based in Austin, Texas. And we have proudly been sourcing our milk from California since going into business in May of 23. So I grew up in an agricultural family. My dad and uncle run a cow-calf operation in East Texas. So I've always had a real appreciation for the land and the animals that come from the land that provide the food that we all consume every day. And for, as long as I can remember, I've loved to cook and share good food with friends and family. It's kind of my love language. And on top of that, I've always been a health enthusiast. And back during COVID, I got real into endurance sports and was doing triathlon and marathons, ultra marathons. And, as I noticed I cleaned up my nutrition, I felt better and performed better. And I wondered if there was an opportunity to clean up the frozen dessert aisle. So that was the inspiration behind what would become True Joy Yogurt. And yeah, like a lot of these things, it started in my mom's kitchen and evolved over about 150 batches. It was real important to me that our ingredients were squeaky clean and had an impressive macronutrition profile. And one of the key differentiators about our product is the live and active culture survive manufacturing. And that was one of the biggest challenges to overcome in finding someone to manufacture it for us commercially. And it's part of what led me to California. One of the cool projects we did during the accelerator was added a lactase enzyme. So the vanilla you're eating today is not lactose-free, but the batch we ran last week is lactose-free, which will make us much more appealing to more folks. And we have 7 flavors on the market today, and mint chip and chocolate are coming just after Christmas. So I want to talk a little bit about where TrueJoy belongs in the freezer and yours at home, and we're the elevated frozen dessert. By what I mean is we use real, natural, simple ingredients, real California milk, and with that you get a real luxurious mouthfeel, a clean taste, and a something that's truly nutritious, so you can live an elevated life and be your best you. But I think most of y'all got to try a bite today, and hopefully y'all are enjoying what y'all are trying now. But it's what the customers say that matters most. And during the accelerator program, we did a digital sampling campaign and gave out over 120 free pints across Whole Foods in Texas, and collected some awesome insights into what folks think about our products. I was very pleased with our numbers and the 4.6 star rating and all that. But what really kept coming up and what I want to harp on is the taste. And if a product's going to last, it's got to taste good. People have to want to eat it. You can sell anything once on a product and a picture, but if it doesn't come through on its promise, it ain't going to last. And I truly believe TrueJoy is delicious, and I hope y'all agree. Traction to date. We launched in May of 23 in Texas with one customer. I literally turned my life savings into ice cream to sell it to a bodega, but landed in Central Market real quick, which is an awesome retailer back home. And I spent the summer of 23 living in those stores demoing TrueJoy. And we're selling more there today than we were then, and I haven't touched those stores hardly in this year. So that tells us that folks, once they buy it, they continue to buy it, and then there's organic discovery on top of that. And we're going to get close. I think we're going to double our revenue this year and have tripled our store count. We're at about 150 stores across Texas and neighboring states, and have about 75 more coming online in the same geography next year. But we're here to talk about the future of dairy, and want to talk a little about the future of TrueJoy yogurt. And I'm excited to announce that we're opening up distribution on the West Coast just after Christmas, launching with Sprouts, and Sprouts is taking us all the way to Phoenix, or Phoenix and Miami. So, dream of mine is to be a coast-to-coast brand, and that's going to come true. As we open up these new DCs, we're going to have access to smaller and independent grocers where we can really focus on our ground game. And we click print on our packaging with a seal earlier this week, so that'll be included on the next production run just after Christmas to support these launch. And kind of want to start or finish where we started back in Mom's kitchen. We were talking about what to name the company. I had a lot of ideas, none were any good. And my mom said, well, why don't you call it TrueJoy Yogurt? TrueJoy is yogurt spelled backwards with a J. And after a few conversations with the trademark office, we got that figured out. And I couldn't help myself, but this is a picture of a bull from the ranch back home. And I grew up on the production side of stuff, but I really love having customers and serving them a delicious product that they love. And that's what gets me out of bed every morning. So I want to call on y'all to join me on our mission to make the world a happier and healthier place by making the healthy choice the easy one, and maybe even sell some California milk. Questions?
All right, the judges are going to come at you. Not that hard. Elizabeth.
I think a big reason that people eat yogurt is for the probiotics, and I know that you mentioned that you were able to preserve them. How are you communicating that to your consumers?
So we have the IDFA, Live and Active Cultures seal on the package, which resonates with most people, the Jamie Lee Curtis sticker. And yeah.
No.
So how much is a pint of this going to set me back at retail?
We're $7.99 on the shelf at Whole Foods, $9 at bodegas, and some conventional stores we're in, we're $7.
And the overrun?
50%. It's a 300-gram pint. I wanted to mimic Bluebell, which is the gold standard in Texas.
Judges, what do you got?
I feel like a broken record. I keep asking the same question, but you're also going up against a lot of legacy players who are really well known for their flavors and their creative branding. Can you tell me a little bit about how you're going to stand out on shelf and stand out to your consumer?
It's hard behind the door. Our packaging is colorful. We're updating the packaging a bit. The rim is going to announce 24 grams of protein per pint and lactose-free, which other brands have seen velocity increases with that.
Are you currently making the Greek yogurt as well as the ice cream?
So our dairy is manufactured in California, and it's all produced there, and it's shipped to Texas, and where we flavor, freeze, and package, and ultimately we can ship the liquid dairy mix. That's kind of the secret sauce to any freezing facilities in the country to do that. But yeah, by law, the yogurt has to be cultured and blended in parallel with the ice cream side of the equation. You can't just mix yogurt and a dairy mix without repasteurizing, which would kill the bugs.
What are you doing to generate trial?
In-store demos, you just get in their mouth, and then these digital sampling campaigns where you engage an audience and incent them with a half off or free pint, and they go to Whole Foods, buy it, try it, and hope they keep buying it.
And do you have a sense of repeat?
Yeah, on the Social Nature deal, our repeat purchase intent was 78%, with 45% wanting to buy it within the month or more.
What is your capital position? How are you thinking about capitalization as you start to expand doors and think about velocity?
So I had a real job once upon a time. I was able to save some money, and so I've been bootstrapping. And then, if and when the time comes, we'll raise money.
John?
I was just going to say, you're in a good spot because a lot of the frozen yogurt manufacturers have kind of dropped the ball, in my opinion, on that category.
That's encouraging. I hope you're right.
Just out of curiosity, long term, you're going to put the California seal on pack, right?
Yeah, I mean, those are being printed in 2 weeks, and we're going to run those January 6th.
So do you have a long-term goal of manufacturing yourself here in California?
You mean take over production and build an ice cream pack? Probably not. Probably contract manufacturer, but I'm open-minded. It's just a totally different capital game.
Totally. Yeah.
I'm actually going to just make a suggestion. There's a big movement right now for breakfast innovation. And at one point in time, Wells Dairy, which is now owned by, help me out there, Ferrara, they had actually frozen yogurt novelties that had like granola on them, and they were marketed as frozen yogurt breakfast sticks, like on the go, because some people like something cold in the morning. While I think this is great I think it's just something to consider in your marketing efforts, and maybe even another flavor or two, or if you ever got into novelties, because I mean it's very clean label, very healthy. I frankly am not a refrigerated cup yogurt person. I would eat that for breakfast easily.
I have. But there is something, as much as I would like to sell it as a breakfast product, it's a hard sell. It doesn't feel right scooping ice cream in the morning.
But single serve or a stick if you need it.
And a stick. And Yasso was they are the predominant player, and they were bought out. And the opportunity I thought I saw is there's not a pint. There's not a great pint on the market. Yeah, theirs is a market as a gelato. It's a little different. Yeah.
One clarification, Yasso's doing great, but not in spoonable, right?
Yeah, they tried to compete with Halo Top in pints, and it didn't work, yeah. And maybe they learned something I don't know.
All right, great. Thank you very much. That was awesome.
Voyager Milk makes travel easy. Just tear, pour, and shake for fresh milk on the go. Whether it's to the local playground, on a road trip, or at the airport, Voyager Milk has you covered. Made with real California milk, Voyager is the only USDA organic whole milk in stick packs with no refrigeration required, so you can explore more and worry less.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alexandra Berthollet, co-founder of Voyager Milk.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alain Berthollet, co-founder of Voyager Milk, or as we say in French, Voyager Milk.
Who here has traveled with a toddler? Raise your hand. So you know. You get it. Airport, my son, Sebastian, our son Sebastian, he's 4 now, he loved his milk. I could forget his teddy bear at home, didn't matter. As long as I had the milk, things were okay. Well, I meticulously prepared a cooler full of sippy cups, green sippy cups, for the first flight he was going to take with us, and I prepared it to the milliliter before we left to make sure we had enough milk for that flight, because there's no milk on planes, and he needs his milk. Guess what happened when we got to the airport? TSA. Guess who wouldn't let me on that plane with that liquid milk, even though I'm supposed to be allowed? So the idea for Voyager was born.
So having done a lot of research in the past at Procter & Gamble, we said, hey, is that an issue that is affecting us only as a family, or is it affecting a lot of families out there? And so we did a lot of research with consumers, and we found out that 79% of parents give milk outside of the home, and there's a lot of milk that is wasted due to spoilage. That's an opportunity. And in fact, that big market of the milk with a lot of products for toddlers is really not addressing the needs of the parents. There is a lot of products, but mostly they are non-portable, they are bulky, they are messy. A lot of them have, frankly, mediocre quality. A lot of corn syrup, added sugar, flavor, palm oil. I'll stop over here. One of the ones I want to show if you want to go back.
Sorry.
One of the one here that you see even has fish oil on the back. I won't name the brands on this one. So we thought there's got to be something better out there, but there wasn't. So we created Voyager Milk. Voyager Milk is based on 2 axes, really. One is convenience. You get it, single-serve sachets. We are only one to do single-serve sachets in toddler milk. Very easy, convenient, no need for refrigerations. Fit in backpack, in the diaper bag, in your bag you take on a plane. Very convenient. And second is the quality. It's USDA organic certified, whole milk, only contains 3 ingredients. It's very nutritious. We boosted a little bit of vitamin D and calcium, and it tastes delicious. They only eat 3 ingredients. Some of you tested it today. And last but not least, we actually were just awarded the Clean Label Award, which is granted to companies and brands who meet the standards for heavy metals and pesticides.
So we selected the best milk. Unbeknownst to us at the time, it was from California. We tested milk from Vermont, Wisconsin, all over the place on our kitchen counter, and the best milk was from California. So that's why we picked it. We've proudly carried the seal since May of this year. And not only did we fall in love with California milk, we fell in love with Petaluma. We moved to Petaluma this summer, packed the whole family up, and moved across country. And thank you, here we are.
So where are we? We launched about 1.5 years ago, so pretty recent, but we're pretty much on a successful path. This year, we will close sales which are 4 times what we achieved last year, close to $300,000. And as you see over here, we have aspirations for much more than $300,000. We're launching in brick and mortar as well. As you see the seal over here, we won the open call for Walmart, so we are now officially in a few Walmart stores. And then also we've been recognized by the industry, in that case Amazon. We've been carrying the overall pick in our category for a few months now, which is awarded to brands that have high velocity and high consumer satisfaction. Also, what's really important here is that we are growing the category. I know it's very important for retailers. 75% of mom claim this is an addition to their current milk. So it's really driving category growth. And as you can see over here, a lot of good testaments. I'll pick one. We've had pediatricians buying us Voyager milk for their own children.
Not only in store, but we're prepared to take Real California Milk out of the grocery aisle, so to new channels, baby stores, pediatricians and dentist offices, airports, planes. We're in conversations with JetBlue to be in all of their new lounges starting next year, hotel mini markets, in the rooms, in the markets, and also, speaking of markets, to new markets. So we do have, we're currently in Walmart, Bye Bye Baby, and Mothers within the US. We are also in Kuwait and expanding to UAE in the largest retail chain of Lulu Market there. And what we do with the support, accelerate growth, broaden our portfolio, and really drive sampling programs to bridge the in-store with digital.
Wow.
Great job.
We made it. Thank you. Wow, it was close.
That was close.
I was very nervous to like pull you guys off. It's like taking milk,
that was
taking
good.
milk from a baby.
It's only 2 seconds.
No, there we go. That was my joke. I worked hard on it. Judges, what questions do you have? PK.
Yes, so you guys have an organic seal, so you obviously...
USD Organic Certified, yes, we are.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Why was that important to you?
Because it's really about the quality, and it really resonates with consumers. You know, we did a lot of testing, and that seal was really relevant to consumers, so we wanted to have it. So as we selected the ingredients, whether that's whole milk, the vitamin D and the calcium, we want to make sure that we're compliant with USD Organic Certified. So we spent a lot of time doing that.
Are you buying dried milk or are you drying it yourself?
We're buying it. That's
Sorry,
part of,
Ben.
that's part of the that's part of the
From
slide
the previous
Alexandra did.
presentation.
We tested milks from all over the place, and then we found the one that we liked, but we're buying it.
Yeah.
Is there any difference with real milk, regular milk?
Not so much. You can see a little bit of the calcium. Some people say at the end, the aftertaste a little bit, not so much. But at the end of the day, the best powder milk you have will never taste like liquid milk. It's going to get very close to it, but I think you will never do it. But, the testament, as we talked about today, some of the parents we found out said, it tastes so good, I put it in my coffee. And so I think we're getting as close as we can to regular milk, but I think it's going to be very difficult to get there.
And just to add on to that, I think it's important to recognize that the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends to drink whole milk for kids 12 months and over. So you're switching from either breast milk or infant formula to whole milk. That's the pediatric recommendation at 12 months old. So that's why it's this critical product that we wanted to make sure is USDA organic, that's very pure, that's nothing but that whole milk that the doctors are recommending.
I think it's a great idea. It's, again, I've had the screaming toddlers myself many, many, many years ago. My only question is, I get hundreds of news feeds every day, and the word right up there with overly processed, ultra processed, the toddler milk has come up as having a lot of negative connotations. So are you getting feedback? See, I would suggest not saying it toddler milk, just whole milk.
So it's funny because we've gone back and forth with if we should include toddler milk or not. And we figured to start, we'll include it. But I hear you that space is really crowded with a lot of junk. And that's why we made this product. So we're trying to, I forgot the last slide. So that's the happy slide after he had his milk. So I hear you, and we're gonna consumer test that a bit, this next year, because mothers do come up to us and say, oh my gosh, finally, like a good toddler milk, but then at the same time, toddler milk gets a really bad rap. So also we could kind of change that dynamic too. Maybe there's room for that, so.
Well, we've heard it from consumers as well.
Yeah.
Elizabeth.
Sort of building on that, and I agree that the toddler milk segment is under fire and in need of innovation, and so it makes a lot of sense, especially from your personal perspective. But I wonder if you're limiting yourself by just focusing on toddler versus creating a product with multiple usage occasions and going through advertising. So, I mean, you talked about the coffee. I guess just curious sort of how you're approaching that.
Yeah. So we've been really focused on the toddler segment and kids products. And when we're thinking about innovation and the next products we are thinking of in our portfolio, it revolves around those two axes Alan said, quality and convenience, and bringing that to parents on the go. So that's sort of why we, what our strategy is about in terms of product development is catered around that on the go for parents taking their children for now. That's not to say medium term, longer term, we're not a broader company that's developing products for the whole, dairy consuming market. But right now, that's sort of our idea. Like we are thinking of obviously flavors with this, chamomile infusion with it for sleeping, for jet lag, as well as meals, mixing it with grains or other things with the milk. All you do is add the water, and then it's similar kind of format. So that's why we wanted to stay in that baby space, because the organic baby food space is growing so much too, that we thought that would be a really good place to bring Real California Milk into.
But to your point, a lot of people came back and some said camping would be great for camping. We're just two of us as well, so we have to be laser focused on what to do.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why I should say we kind of put it a little bit for the back burner. We can do everything, but yes, there's massive opportunity.
Yeah.
Chad.
Yeah, just real quick. I assume this will be down the children's aisle or the kids aisle in the store.
Yep.
What price pack architecture are you thinking about? From
Very good point. So we're right now $29.99 for 16, which is $1.87 per
That
sachet.
pouch,
We did a million different kind of simulations on conjoint analysis to really understand what's the right pack count and price. This was the best option. There's nothing to compare against, which is good and bad. This sometimes what we do, we compare ourselves to liquid IV a little bit, from a price standpoint, and then they are anywhere between $160 to $250. Per sachet, per stick. We are at $1.87, so that seems to be good. And the value for money that we tracked with consumers tends to be very good as well. So it seems like we found a good sweet spot. That being said, for Walmart, we're offering a small pack count, 5 for $9.98.
98.
Everyday low
They love the
price.
98. So we'll go with that.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay.
Yes.
And part of my ignorance, I do not have a toddler. So it says suggested use add to 4 ounces of water. So when you're traveling with this is more than 4 ounces, right? So
I did not measure it correctly. I'm the one who
Right.
basically tried to come up with 4. So if you taste it might taste a little bit more or less creamy. I didn't have it perfectly 4, but the sippy cups, they have the actual
They have
lines.
the lines.
Lines to tell you how many ounce you are.
And that's a
heard again-
typical serving for a little person. Is the 4 ounces.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's it.
Time for one more, if anyone. Okay. Oh, Carmen.
Yes, just following up on the comment on having it like toddler milk.
Yes.
And I know you said you want to work on that category, but at the same time, it gives you opportunities to continue with further ages, right? It's basically the same product.
Yes.
You call it a
100%.
different thing, you have a different color.
Absolutely.
And here you go, you have your
100%.
boy milk, whatever you want to call it.
absolutely.
Growing up milk, senior milk. Yeah.
Because that category, like, it doesn't exist. You buy milk and it's for everyone.
Yeah.
And you have the potential to sell it to different categories,
Yes.
even if it's the same product.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the two of us right now, and we're doing as much as we can with this niche for toddlers. But yeah, it could be exponential.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And we're
Great.
open to that.
Great
So,
job. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, so we've heard from all 7 companies. What happens now is our judges will go vote. We're also going to ask you all to vote. This is in your programs, but if you have a phone, you can just take a picture of this. You can vote for any of the companies. We're going to do a fan vote. I love seeing all the phones up. I assume you're all taking pictures of me right now, right? No, it's that. Also very cool, while I can't walk past this line on the stage, I do have a secret door over here, which is pretty crazy. So we are going to take the judges and ask you all to submit your votes and come up into the secret room. So you can follow Allie up there. That way you guys can't influence the judges with all your applause. So what I'd like to do next, and we've talked about this a little bit, is tonight we're going to choose 4 of the companies you just saw pick who will be entered into a competition where they're going to compete for a $100,000 prize. Tonight we have the opportunity to choose last year, the 4 from last year, to see where they are and award a $100,000 prize. And to do that, I wanted to invite Bob Carroll to the stage and have him give you a little background about why we do this and also introduce the winner of the 4 companies, all of whom are here. I don't know, for everyone that was upstairs, I hope you got to try them. Arbo's Cheese Dip, amazing ice cream, Petit Pot, and the Empanada Shop. So first, I'd like to give a round of applause to all 4 of them. They were up here last year, they pitched, they won, and now they've been competing on shelf and at retail. So Bob, why don't you take it away?
Excellent, thanks Fred. So as you've heard, this is the 6th year of the Real California Milk Accelerator. And one of the things that we've learned over the course of doing this for so many years is that we really wanted to see how these products did in the marketplace. Our judges are fantastic, but there's no possible way they can really measure what's going to be successful. So the way that the contest works, as you've seen, is that there's 4 finalists, and then they have a year to really compete based on sales to see who is going to really succeed in the marketplace. So that's really, really exciting part of the program. They each have had $30,000 to use in marketing support, being able to take advantage of CMAB's resources with trade shows and all the other marketing support that we provide. And of course, the products have to have the seal. So that's an important aspect. And so it gives us a chance to make sure that they can actually be using California milk and succeed in the marketplace. So with no further ado, we're really excited this year. First off, I just want to say thank you to all of our 4 finalists. Thank you to all who have really devoted your time to be here. And you have heard that we continue to help. We will be here to help every single product that uses Real California milk. But this year, we're very excited to announce the winner is Petit Pot. Max and team, congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations.
Here we go. Sorry. Got to let the photographer get in. Here we go. Amazing. Oh, more? Okay, one more. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
And why don't you guys stay up here for a second? We're going to put you guys on the spot here. Okay. So we put together a couple of questions just to give you guys a little bit behind the scenes of who they are and what they've done. So Max, Eric, what inspired you to start the company at the beginning, and how has that vision evolved since then?
Sure. So my background is as a pastry chef. So I've always worked with sweets, and I moved from France to America to work in a restaurant. And when I moved here, I was really surprised that in the grocery store, like you saw the picture earlier with Pluff, there was just not a whole lot out there in terms of premium desserts. And that's what inspired me to start Petit Pot. So out of the restaurant that I was working at, I started putting my desserts into glass jars in San Francisco and then started selling it. But my shelf life was about maybe 3 days. And so that's kind of how it evolved over the years. It's been 10 years now. And my shelf life has significantly evolved to like 90 days now, which allowed us to spread the product across the US to about 5,000 grocery stores now.
My favorite was when they were a contestant and all the judges were up there tasting it. You could hear, because you had a glass bottle, and you could hear the spoons just banging around. And they all looked up, and the first question was, could you serve this in a bigger jar? Which is when you know the taste is good, right? So can you tell us about your experience within the accelerator and maybe even a little background about what made you originally apply and what you got out of it?
Sure, yeah. So I mean, being a California brand, we're based in San Francisco. Being part of the California Milk made a lot of sense at the accelerator. And really, it's been incredible to work with CMAB over the past year, just because of the resources that they were able to provide. That really helped us to grow the business this past 12 months. We were able to do roadshows, demos at Costco. They also provided with IRCs, so coupons, sorry for the acronym, and also a lot of digital marketing. So it's been really incredible to work with the CMAB team.
And you're one of the only companies that has come into the program more than once.
Yes.
So we loved you coming back, but what made you come back?
Well, I didn't win the first time.
Yeah. It's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Like losing.
I love it. So you're obviously preaching to the choir on this, but can you talk a little bit about why you chose to use California dairy?
Yeah. Do you want to take that question?
Well, for one, we are in San Francisco, so it would be a little bit stupid when you're in the first dairy state in the country to bring milk from other state. And we also, so CMAB is definitely a great partner, but we have been lucky enough, it was Max actually, early, we partner with Clover, and they have been an incredible partner since day one. When I joined the company 5 years ago, we were putting gallon in the kettle. Now we are still not receiving tanker, but we have 225-gallon tote coming to our factory. But it has been a pleasure working with Clover and with you guys. So.
That's awesome. Can you talk a little bit about the value of the seal and what that's meant for your business?
So we actually started without the seal when we were in the glass jar. The product was organic and in glass with a very, very premium positioning, which I think ensures the success of Petit Pot in the early days. But we also came to realize that there were some limitation to that if we wanted to go past California and we wanted to speak to a much broader audience. And that's when we came with the idea that compete in last year Accelerator, which is the new paper cup. So this new paper cup is exactly the same recipe, but all the ingredients are now conventional and not organic. And we were trying for something that conveys the idea of still simple quality ingredient, and the seal was a perfect type of quality for that. And so today we are happy to be able to propose exactly the same nutritious, delicious product across the US at a $3.99 price point for 2-pack, compared to $5.99 when you go for the organic in glass. And I think people across the country are reassured that it's still, whole milk, quality milk coming from California.
I love it. So a lot of founders are here. Obviously, the competitors from this year, past years. What advice? Obviously, you guys have scaled. You're doing very well with your business. What advice would you give to the founders in the room on things that you've learned that you would like to pass along to them?
Sure. I think really leverage the great team at CMAB. There's a lot of resources, and the connection that I've made through the accelerator with the other cohorts and also all the people at CMAB, just really leveraging that. I feel like we could have done even a better job at doing so, and that really makes a difference.
So I have an off-script question. So one of the things I think is interesting is watching a founder become a CEO. Can you talk about the journey you guys have had from when you're just creating the product to now running the company?
That's a good question. I'm not CEO anymore.
Yeah.
I figured that actually after being CEO for 5 years and the business being just a little bigger than I was willing to, not willing, but just I felt like I had the shoulders to do. And so that's why I brought in some talent to actually help me out. And that makes a big difference. I think being a CEO or a founder is also trying to realize your limitations and being able to bring in people that can take the business to the next level.
Love it. Good answer. What advice would you have for folks that are just trying to get on shelf early? Some of the people that spoke today were maybe earlier in their journey. Yeah. How do they get on shelf?
Well, I would say getting on shelf, I know it's hard, but it's not the hardest. In my mind, actually, getting on shelf, so you go to a few grocery stores, I would say it's really important. I think it's really, really important to stay local at the beginning when you have limited budget and limited resources. Just work around your backyard and just trying to get into a few stores. But I think that's not too hard to do that. You just knock on doors and just talk to people, and they will give you a shot, I think, in the little independent stores. I'm not saying like go to Whole Foods straight away, but just like the little co-ops. And once you're on shelf, that's when the challenge comes in. Like, how do you get the product to sell? And I think being out there and doing demos and getting the product in people's mouth, that's really key. And really create that velocity story right from the get-go in your backyard before you even expand. Because like very often I hear about brands that just like go nationwide within a few months, and then you need tons of money to get the velocity going.
Yeah, that's a good point. If anyone in the crowd has a question, by the way, we're down with it, but this is the big question I want to ask. You're holding this check, which I'm making you hold awkwardly for so long up here. I can tell you're like, what do I do with this check? I have this giant check. It's a nice number that's on there.
Good number.
So what do you do with that kind of support from CMAB? How do you plan to use the money?
The money guy.
The money guy. The CEO is there.
He earns the money, I spend it. So no, but again, we launched this new paper cup at Publix last year in all their stores, about 1,300 stores. Exactly on the advice of Max, we decided to launch with Target also, but only in 100 stores, because we wanted to be extremely focused and make sure that we had the resources to really support the product in this initial 1,500 stores or so nationwide to be at the right velocity threshold before we expand distribution. We have had an amazing first 12 months, and we are very happy with where the product is, but we think that we need to continue to push before we expand distribution. So we're going to continue to use this money to do more shopper marketing. So we have been very successful with Instacart, drawing people to the store and buying our product. We love doing demo because we think we have a delicious product, but people need to try it. So we send people to store to demo and explain what Petit Pot is. And the last part that we only experienced actually starting this year is to really to use local influencers. So we are focusing our effort in San Francisco, New York, and Miami for Publix, trying to get more people to know about the brand.
I love it. Great answer. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. So I was very excited to go back and pull the judges out because normally these guys go and battle it out. And you guys made it out here. So John, do you want to come? Oh, this is very exciting. It's very official. We've got the seal on it, so you know it is real. Okay. We're going to start with you, the audience, your fan vote. You all, the votes are in. It's very exciting. The fan vote winner is Smearcase. Should we have them come up? Or no, not for the fan vote. Okay, you'll come up when you get to the real deal. All right. So as you guys know, just a reminder, 4 of the companies will be getting $30,000 to put to marketing support to come up here and get that giant check next year. So that's what we're in. Before I do announce it, thank you to all the founders. This is a lot of work. 18 mentors sounds luxurious. That's really nice. That's 18 people you have to listen to tell you how to do something. And time spent away from your business, even though it's refining it. So we understand the sacrifice and time that you put in. You all have been unbelievable in terms of your effort, your engagement. We believe in each of you. And I hope you know from seeing everybody here today that CMAB is very sincere. You all are part of a family with Venture Fuel and CMAB, and we're here to help you moving forward. So all of you have won. And thank you to everybody at CMAB and in the dairy community for all the time and effort and thought that has gone into this program. It's really spectacular. And of course, everybody at Venture Fuel, thank you. So, thank you. These are not in order. There's no number one winner, but 4 will move forward. The first company moving forward is Pluff. And if you guys could come up, come get the milk jug of recognition, which is just awesome. Awesome, man. Congratulations. Great job. All right. Next up, Projo. That was my way of doing the asterisk. I don't know how to do it over the letter. But congratulations. Our third company is Toto. Drink Toto. And the fourth finalist of the 2024 Real California Milk Accelerator is Smearcase. I'm looking for cards, and I think the card's going to tell me just to thank you all, but I've lost it, so I'm just going to do that anyway. We're so proud of all you all for all your hard work. We're excited to work with you over the next year and to be up here and hand you a giant check then. Thank you all for coming tonight and for all of your time, effort, and enthusiasm. It's been a great pleasure, and we look forward to seeing you all next year. So thank you.